And thank you for joining us in the Charlotte City Council chamber in the Government Center. We so much appreciate those of you that have come out. We also want to say thank you to those that are joining us either on Facebook Live or on the government channel. And now I want to call the March 20th zoning meeting of the Charlotte City Council to order. And I want to have introductions of those that are at our dais, and we'll start with our clerk.
Billy Tons, Deputy City Clerk.
Good evening, everyone. James Mitchell at large.
Good evening, LaWanna Mayfield, City Council at large.
Good evening, Liz Babson, Assistant City Manager.
Good evening, Vi Lau, serving as mayor.
Braxton Winston, Mayor Pro Tem.
Malcolm Graham, District 2.
Ed Driggs, District 7.
Tara Picard, District 6.
Good evening, Victoria Watlington, District 3.
Marie Hagler Gray, Senior Assistant City Attorney.
We begin our meeting with a statement to help us come together to do the work that we have to do to serve you as residents of our community. And this is intended for us to learn more about how we can be more civil and kind and act as a unified group to take care of things and issues in our community. Tonight, I'm going to ask Councilmember Winston to give us our message for beginning our meeting. Councilmember Winston, after which we will stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. If you choose to stand, please join us.
Thank you, Mayor Lyles. This will be quick because I know we have a lot of business to get to today, and I found out about this 5 minutes ago.
Always be prepared.
Yeah. I ask that we all be blessed with the ability to view each other's strengths and weaknesses, and that we are able to see each other's gifts we each have and guide us and be guided in using them to bring our team together. Amen.
Thank you.
Amen.
All right, now if we will stand for our Pledge of Allegiance.
Well done.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. So we begin with an explanation of how zoning works in our community. Our process begins with applications that you submit to the staff. There are two types of cases that are on our agenda tonight: decisions and hearings. Decisions are on cases for which a public hearing has already been held and there will be no further public comment. Hearings, if you are signed up or would like to speak on a petition that's going to be heard tonight, please see the clerk as soon as you can without falling down the steps of our building, of our chamber. And in our hearings, we have the people that have signed up to speak with a staff presentation. Petitioners or those in favor have 3 minutes to present a case unless their opponents signed up to speak. And I think tonight we have at least 3 or 4 identified opposition in our hearings. If the staff is in opposition, the petitioner gets 10 minutes, the opponent gets 10 minutes, and the petitioner gets a 2-minute rebuttal. If no one is opposed or signed up to speak, staff provides a short presentation, we close our public hearings, and we go on to the next item. Petitions then go to the zoning committee of our planning commission for review and recommendation. And I'd like to recognize the chair of our zoning committee of the planning commission, Phil Gussman, to recognize those members attending in person as well as those that are watching virtually.
Thank you, Mayor Lyles. Hi, I'm Philip Gussman, Chairman of the Zoning Committee of the Planning Commission. Allow me to introduce my fellow committee members: Douglas Welton, Terry Lansdale, Ronnie Harvey, Melissa Gaston, Courtney Rhodes, and Will Russell. The Zoning Committee will meet Tuesday, April 4th at 5:30 p.m. here at the Government Center, Conference Room 280. At that meeting, the Zoning Committee will meet to discuss and make recommendations on the petitions that have public hearings tonight. The public is welcome at that meeting, but please note it is not a continuation of the public hearing that is being held here tonight. Prior to that meeting, you are welcome to contact us to provide input. You can find contact information and information on each petition on the city's website at charlotteplanning.org. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Gussman. We have, since our agenda has been submitted
last week. We've had several changes. I'm going to ask Mr. Pettin to go through all of the deferrals and withdrawals, and at the end of that, ask council for a motion to accept the deferrals and the withdrawals.
All right, thank you. Quite a few deferrals this evening. First one we have is item number 6, 2022-087 by Appaloosa Real Estate Partners, and item 12, 2022-060 by Providence Group Capital, item 13, 2022-078 by Siri Ventures LLC, item 14, 2022-086 by PDAN Holdings LLC. Those are all decisions requesting a deferral till April 17th. And then we go into our hearings that have been deferred. Item 19, 2022-037 by Suncap Property Group. Item 20 by Wood Partners, 2022-066. Item 21, 2022-079 by Well Pappas Corporate Owner LLC. Item 22, petition 2022-120 by Blackburn Communities LLC. Item 23, 2022-076 by Sam's Mart. Item 24, 2022-089 by Taylor Morrison. Item 25, 2022-092 also by Sam's Mart. Item 26, 2022-099 by Levine Properties. Item 27, 2022-109 by Urban Trends Real Estate Incorporated. Item 28, Vision Ventures, which is petition 2022-136. Item 29, petition 2022-154 by Real Estate Properties Holding LLC. And then finally, item number 36, 2022-119, also by Blackburn Communities LLC. Those are all hearings, all requesting a deferral until April 17th next month.
You've heard the report on the deferrals and withdrawal. Is there a motion? We have a motion.
Second.
Second. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing no discussion. Everyone in favor, please raise your hands. Anyone opposed? Thank you. That is unanimous. On our decisions, we have a section for consent agenda items. And on this item, we have items 3 through 11 with the following exceptions, 4, 6, and 10. And these items can be determined by one motion except for those that would like to be pulled by a council member. Is there any item in the consent items that are not already pulled for a separate vote to have a separate vote?
Mayor, you just stated 4, 6, and 10 were the only ones that were pulled.
Yes. Do we have any others to be pulled for
11,
separate?
please.
11? All
Move
right.
to approve all except 4, 6, 10, 11.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, the motion has been made. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hands. Anyone opposed to the motion? All right, so now we will go to those items that have or require a separate vote. The first one is item number 4, a location of 50.7 acres located on the west side of Garrison Road. This is a consent item, but there have been changes that were made to the petition following the hearing. So I'm going to ask the staff to address those changes.
All right, thank you. 2022-059 by Taylor Morrison. They did make some changes after zoning committee. Essentially, they modified some of the commitments to community benefits. Initially, they had proposed a land donation to the West Side Land Trust for affordable housing. They've since modified that recommendation in coordination with the West Side Land Trust to provide $500,000 to them to be used for affordable housing. Again, it's a minor change. Staff doesn't believe warrants additional review by the zoning committee and doesn't change the outcome of the project, just the commitment, again, in conjunction of those two parties working together.
Do I have a motion that the changes should not go back to the zoning committee?
So moved.
Move to not send back.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the motion? Ms. Mayfield?
Discussion, clarifying question, and this actually, I guess, would fall into the city manager's office. This is a fee in lieu where this petitioner has offered to donate funds. Can you provide with council an update on what land or projects have benefited from these fee in lieu? The concern I have is as we continue to build, our employees are not able to live in the city. We have city employees who aren't able to live within the city of Charlotte limits. Our best opportunity to make sure that we have mixed income and workforce housing is in the projects that we approve. not in the fee in lieu, especially when we are looking at land that is no longer available. We don't have as much land that is still out there that is available for development. So I think it will be helpful for council to receive an update on these fee in lieus that we have accepted. What has actually been the impact in community from where we've actually been able to support, whether through a partnership like this partnership or any other partnership, the actual purchase and development of land, versus what would the impact be if our language actually included that we need workforce housing in all of these developments? Because as you create these things, again, if the workers for this ground floor retail and any other services that are in the immediate area cannot afford to live in the area, that's going to cause a challenge. Also, what is the CAT's transportation plan? Because there is not public transportation. The River District, when we originally had the conversation years ago, there was a commitment for public transportation access out there, as well as a development plan that will ensure that there's access. What is the transportation plan to connect this part of the community to the rest of the city if the individual is able to work anywhere through Charlotte outside of just uptown? Thank you.
All right. So now that we need a motion, and we've had the comment and discussion, all in favor of the motion to not send it back to the, I'm sorry.
That's
No, we're just voting.
He's ahead of you.
Let's go.
Oh, okay. Not send it back to the zoning committee, please raise your hands. All right, that's unanimous. So with that, we have a motion to approve this petition and accept the zoning committee statement of consistency as our own. Do we have a motion?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor, please raise your hands. Anyone opposed? One and opposed. All right, the next item is item number 6. And in item number 6 is petition 2022 for approximately 11.6 acres on the east side of Mallard Creek in District 4.
item 6. They deferred item 6. So we would
Sorry.
jump then to, I believe, item.
I'm sorry, we skipped 5, didn't we?
5 was done under consent, so we would actually now jump to item number 10.
10.
Yeah.
Thank you, that's great. All right, and now item number 10 also has had a change after the petition hearing. So this is petition 2022-132 by Paul Line for approximately 17.9 acres located at the southeast section of IBM Drive and University Point Boulevard. We'll have the staff do a presentation, and then we'll tell you, you can decide on the motion.
Okay. So the changes with this petition 2022-132, just some notes that needed to be changed in regards to transportation improvements. So they revised the notes to incorporate a turn lane with 80 feet of vehicular storage. They changed that from 80 to 100 feet, which was something that was requested by staff. Also added a note regarding that left turn lane that states petitioner shall widen IBM Drive and construct a dedicated left turn lane at the site's entrance with a minimum storage length of 100 feet, as generally shown on the plan. And then they also revised the wording of a note that commits to transportation improvements that state the petitioner shall ensure all transportation improvements are substantially completed prior to the issuance of the site's first building CO. And again, the staff believes those changes are minor and do not warrant any additional review by the zoning committee.
Move not send back.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on this one? Not return it. Okay, no discussion. All in favor of not sending it back to the zoning commission, please raise your hand. Anyone opposed? Thank you very much. So that takes us now to
A motion.
Approved.
a motion to approve. Right. Yes, all in favor, please raise your hand. We had a motion, I thought Tark said,
No, we did.
we're now on the, I'm sorry, on the rezoning approval, excuse me. Do we have a motion to accept the recommendation for approving this petition and accepting the zoning committee statement of consistency as our own?
So moved.
We have a
Second.
A motion and a second. Now any discussion? Ms. Mayfield.
Thank you. All of these rezonings, including this one, but since some of them were approved without being voted on separately, the question I have was, one, how have we assessed or do we know the impact of that new housing will have on our fire department response time? Because we did receive information noting that the response times for our fire department has been slowed a little with a lot of the construction. The response from staff is the fire department uses rezoning activity as the signal for where development activity is occurring, and not specifically for capital planning, since these projects are not confirmed and they proceed the timing. And if they proceed, the timing is uncertain. The Strategic Planning Division of the Fire Department has plans to look closer at these cases going further and forward and do further analysis as capacity allows. One, that didn't answer my question, but more importantly, the question that I have, of which I don't think I see anyone from that can answer this unless someone in staff can follow up, is as we're approving projects, exactly when will it be reviewed? Because if we're saying we're going to take a closer look at the cases, and we have multiple cases that are being approved within a year that are within 1.5 miles to 2 miles of each other, there's an impact. There's a capacity impact. We as the city are experiencing very high growth, and we're not able to meet all the sanitation and sewer capacity needs as they are. If our fire department if they have an average time, I believe, of 6 minutes or less, and that has been increased to 7, and in some cases, almost 8 minutes, that should be a consideration on the front end. So it will be helpful if someone in staff can actually answer the question of when will this be reviewed versus a response of we plan on taking a closer look at the cases when we're approving cases tonight. Because I'm not sure if the planning committee, if they're asking this question when they're in their review, but it's not making its way to us to find out exactly what is the potential impact from our fire. So is there staff that can give me an answer to this?
We don't have fire staff here with us this evening, just the response that we worked with them on for the email response.
So one of many challenges, again, is the fact that as these conversations and proposals are coming before planning committee, coming before planning staff, and then coming before council, are we looking at the actual impact of all of this development and looking at what is our sewer capacity, what is our fire prevention and retention capacity? How are we addressing the multiple needs that are in the community on these 2-lane roads, and these communities that have one way in and one way out on a 2-lane road that is literally already jam-packed if there's a slight accident or any type of slowdown regarding response time? At some point, as not only the committee, the council should be looking at these proposals that we are supporting and voting on, the impact of the neighborhoods, not only the residents in the neighborhood, but the surrounding areas. How are they being impacted by these decisions that we are making? So even though this, like so many others, probably will be moving forward, I need us to have a report out as soon as possible from staff on when are we going to look at the true impact of these decisions prior to those decisions coming before council. Specifically in this case, in all cases of development, we need to know from our fire department what potential response time delays will this have, as well as our sewer capacity, because we already know one project, the petitioner is contributing funds to help with sewer, but we have sewer challenges, and these challenges are hurting the current neighborhoods by way of sinkholes and other issues with their properties. Thank you.
Ms. Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Mayfield. I just want to piggyback off what you're saying. This is something I've been saying for years, that we need to ask and consider the cumulative impact. I know you've all heard me say these words. This is also the reason why we championed the infrastructure meeting in December. These were some of the answers that we asked for the city. I've shared with council and the mayor and others the 20 or so pending petitions near Mallard Creek, as well as the 20 or so petitions that were approved last year. What is the true impact? What's the impact on our emergency system? What's the impact on our tree canopy? We know we're not looking at numbers, or the numbers haven't been captured since 2019. The school numbers, I keep saying, have been stagnant or the same since 2021. So I would agree with you. I thank you for saying that. There seem to be more of us now that are saying this. We truly need to understand the impact of what the approved petitions are having on our area. And again, I'm raising the red flag or ringing the bell for the Mallard Creek area, and I've talked to you about this, Dave. There are currently over 20 pending petitions in the Mallard Creek area. So, and we need to know how these are connected and how they're, affecting one another. So we've asked for the infrastructure, to take a look at it. We've asked for the acceptable capacity. I don't know what else we as a council can do to begin to start to consider the cumulative impact and really managing this growth. So again, I thank you. I will be supporting 132, but I do want to begin to look at these, especially I'm the District 4 representative, so I really raised that area at this time. Thank you.
All right. Any other comments? Hearing none. All in favor of the motion to approve this petition and accept the zoning committee statement of consistency as our own, please raise your hand. All right. Is there anyone opposed? We have one person opposed. All right. So we did do 11. We did cover 11 in our consent. And so
I think 11 was pulled.
We have to go back to 4?
No, 11 was
Pull, sorry, pull. All the categories, there are a lot of them. So now we are in the section of our, a separate vote for number 4. Thank you.
11.
11 is
Move
separate.
to approve 11.
All right,
Second.
we have a motion to approve 11
Oh, yeah, that's yours.
Yeah, it is. Thanks, Art.
for approximately 1.5 acres at the
Trying to move it
intersection of Albemarle and Mallard in District 5. The zoning committee and the staff recommends approval. And do we have a motion to do this with the statement of consistency and adoption and approve this petition? All
Second.
right, Ms. Molina, a second. Any discussion? Ms. Mayfield?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For the record and for consistency's sake, the same concerns that I've already shared with the others, including the fact that it is a challenge that as we're moving forward with a 2040 policy plan, we are still approving projects that are inconsistent with the plan, but justifying that inconsistency. We're either going to support the plan that was created and be comfortable sometimes with the no, or work with our partners for you to create a plan that will be consistent, or we shouldn't even say that it's inconsistent. Just move forward with the plan. This is clearly noted as being inconsistent. However, we find that this petition is reasonable and in the public interest based on the information from the staff analysis, the public hearing, and then we go through a bunch of reasons why. If the item is inconsistent, we need to either update our language for what is consistent, since we have approved multiple projects that are considered inconsistent by staff. We either need to update the language so that there is consistency and so that the community and the petitioners have an opportunity to bring us a project that's not going to be deemed inconsistent, or if it is inconsistent, then we need to be comfortable with saying, no, let's go back to the drawing board and try to create something that is going to be more consistent. Again, for the sake of consistency and transparency in this conversation, we cannot keep continuing to move down the same path that we have previously moved down with little to no clear direction of what the expectation is. What type of city do we really want to be? Do we want to be a city where only a handful of individuals have access, have opportunity, and have a choice? Or do we want to continue building in a way where very few have that access and where we're creating a majority that leaves a minority when we're talking about who has opportunity, whether it's an opportunity zone, whether it's area for development, who are these opportunities really for? Thank you.
All right, Ms. Molina?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just, not, to, I guess, not consider what my colleague just said, because those are all valid concerns as we continue to go through this process. But I'm actually pretty excited about this product. This product is actually one that's a solution to an issue that we've had throughout the city for our 55 and older residents. And so we're talking about apartments that are age restricted, and they're going to be specifically for our 55 and older residents for the city of Charlotte. Notwithstanding the issues that we need to address as a council, but I want to make sure that we're clear and the public is at ease understanding the reason why I support this product and why I've asked my colleagues on council to support it with me, because it's a small solution, but it's a solution all the same to say that 32 of our residents that are over the age of 55 will now have an affordable place to live. So, and I don't know if can I ask Mr. Pettin a question with regards to this?
Yes, you may.
Mr. Pettin, can you tell me about the consistencies? Because I know we discussed this earlier, but can you discuss like what the method of reasoning was behind, the piece that is inconsistent and why it's being...
Yeah, so we parsed that out partially here in the rezoning rationale, providing additional housing options in the area, commits to the age-restrictive product, the pedestrian connections along Albemarle and Mallard Roads, including the 12-foot multi-use path along Albemarle Road. We've got transit within close proximity to, I think, the 46X Harrisburg Express bus routes. So there were a few things that we looked at that were seemed reasonable for staff to say it's inconsistent, but there's some positives with the project where that inconsistency does make us a little bit more comfortable because of the outcome of the project and the commitments they've made to pedestrian improvements and the use itself. So that's where we reached our conclusion on that, as well as zoning committee.
Okay. Now, is it possible for us to, in the future, have something like, I guess I don't know if we'll be able to not do this on a case-by-case basis. Is that something that
we will. We are working on some parameters to continue to evaluate these inconsistencies on, that could be a little bit more uniform for everybody to understand and be included with. I think we're always going to see inconsistencies with a map that's static. It's got a lot of positive recommendations and outcomes, but there's always going to be inconsistencies because market conditions change, development types change. So we're always going to grapple with that. But I think what our approach is going to be is to come up with some uniform, criteria and methodology for us to then evaluate those inconsistencies on a regular basis. So it's a little bit more easy for all of us to understand, what everyone's looking at evaluating those.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. I just wanted to add just a little more context to Ms. Mayfield's comments. I do agree, the intent of the 2040 plan is to get to a more planned city. I just would remind the folks out there that the 2040 plan is not something that has been done. It is a process that we is ongoing. Comprehensive 2040 plan is actually a series of planning processes. So the current map really maps the status quo, what has always been there, or what is already there. And we as a city, as a community, are going through a community area planning process in all across the city to put future policies down that will change the current map. So on this particular parcel, you have the lowest level of intensity, and basically staff has said that using the vision of where we're going, they're okay with the inconsistency of the status quo right now. So that doesn't mean this area won't change in the future. Actually, that doesn't mean that this area won't stay the same. But as we go through these processes, as we go through this particular process, the idea is at the end of it, we will run into less of these inconsistencies because we will have a future forward-looking policy on the map. But as Mr. Pettin said, even when you finish processes like this, neighborhoods change, tastes change, where people want to live, work, and play change. That's what living in a city is about. It's about constant change. So hopefully we limit those inconsistencies in the future, but we probably never will completely eliminate them. Thank you.
All right. Any further comment? Hearing none. All in favor of the approval of this petition and the zoning committee statement of consistency as our own, please raise your hands. All right. Anyone opposed? Thank you. All right. Any other items on our decisions before we move to hearings?
That's the consent item.
Yeah, we've got,
That's the last consent
I
item.
have a question, Madam Mayor.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
no, we've got several other
That's the
decisions.
consent agenda.
So we've got items 15 through
No.
We got them.
Questions on consent?
Yes.
18.
Ms. Johnson, you have a question?
Yeah, I have a question. I'm sorry for Mr. Pettin. 087, number 6 was
Yeah, that was deferred.
Can you tell me who requested that deferral?
Petitioner.
The petitioner requested? Okay, all right. Okay, thank you.
All right, now let's go to item 12. It's deferred, Oh, Mr. Mitchell.
Madam Mayor, Dave, we have before us rezoning petition 2002-075. Is that to be added?
There's a item that we left that out when we printed it, unfortunately, so we had to add that back in digitally. So it's on the online agenda, and I printed a hard copy for
It's on
everybody.
18B?
So that'll be 18B. That'll be our last decision this evening.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Now we're on our rezoning petition 2022-053 by Raina Properties for approximately 5.6 acres on the west side of Prosperity Council District 4. The zoning committee and the staff recommend approval of this petition. Do we have a motion to accept the petition recommendation from the zoning committee and the staff to approve this petition?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
We did have a
changes, so we have to vote now
Oh,
to send those back.
I didn't have changes on that one. Okay, changes on 12?
15.
We're on 15. All right, on 15. All right, let's go to that one motion first. If you'll hold your motion, then we'll do the first one first.
So the changes to this one were just mainly relocated the access point from Pinewood Lane to Prosperity Church Road and made that a right-in, right-out. So the access point on Pinewood is no longer in play. It's now a right-in, right-out on Prosperity Church Road. Those are the only changes. So staff doesn't believe that should go back to zoning committee for additional review.
Is there a motion not to send it back to the zoning committee?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on that motion? All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Raise your hands, and anyone opposed? All right, now let's go to the main motion, which is to approve the petition and accept the zoning committee statement of consistency. Ms. Johnson.
Yes, I want to thank the residents for engaging in this process. As you heard, the entrance was moved from Pineville, which is a residential street of about 20 houses, to Prosperity Church Road. This was major for the residents. It would have impacted the quality of life, in my opinion. I was honored to work for the residents, and I want to thank the petitioner for working to get this done, and I'm happy to support.
All right, are there any other comments on this petition? This motion, all in favor of the motion, please raise your hands. Anyone opposed? Motion carries. All right, the next item is petition 2022-80 by R.D. South Park for approximately 9.1 acres bound by the north side of Roxborough Road. It's in District 6. The zoning committee and the staff have recommended approval of this petition. We have had some changes made. I think the changes are at each council member's, are written at each council member's place so that you can follow through as Mr. Pettin goes through them for the staff recommendation not to send it back to the zoning committee.
All right, so we'll cover these. They're on a couple different slides, but as the mayor had mentioned, you have a printout of the changes. It's a front and back copy. Keep in mind, some of these commitments were built into the petition prior to these changes. These changes just modify the contributions to public benefits, but most of the benefits were already listed in. Again, these are just changes to those. So the first is in relation to the South Park Loop Trail project. The petitioner is contributing $2 million less the cost of installing the loop branded crosswalk improvements described above, as these improvements will serve as part of the loop trail. That would also then work through and go into a couple of different kind of broken out commitments. So contribution should be provided by a first installment of $250,000 prior to the completion of urban design plan review. The second contribution would be $250,000 installment prior to the issuance of the building permit for the first building within development area A or B. And then starting 1 year after payment of the second installment, 10 annual installments of $150,000 each for $1.5 million, all such installments for a total of $2 million towards the loop project. Petitioner shall also work with South Park community partners to include on-site perimeter hardscapes and walkways and related improvements along Rexford Road, Roxborough Road, Private Street A, and Colony Road to be compatible with the standards of the loop trail. Such in-kind support is valued at $3 million, and that would serve as an extension of the loop trail subject to the reasonable review and approval of the South Park community partners and governance by the MSD Loop Committee. The next change to these commitments to the Loop project, discuss in coordination with South Park community partners. Petitioner will use good faith, diligent efforts to apply for and secure federal, state, and/or other grants or appropriations funding to further support the Loop Trail project with the goal of securing $3 million of funding for the Loop Trail. In this regard, petitioner will organize and fund up to $100,000 of design, consulting, legal advocacy, application costs associated with this pursuit. Those funds will be used to South Park community partners or vendors reasonably approved by South Park community partners prior to issuance of the first CO for the first building within development area A or B. As part of the funding pursuit, petitioner shall use good faith, diligent efforts to seek $1 million value from the related philanthropic foundation or other affiliated source towards public art on the Loop Trail to serve as a match for other funding. And note 4, provisions set forth in this subsection will be incorporated into an agreement or memorandum of understanding with South Park community partners, which shall control to ensure the implementation as provided herein. The agreement shall provide for written updates to South Park community partners of pursuit efforts and expenditures, which, given the possible timeline for seeking funding, may extend for several years so that project permitting and construction may proceed forward, provided that petitioner makes timely installments for the Loop Trail project and otherwise complies with the above provisions of this subsection. And then we get into public art commitments. Those state that the petitioner shall install public art at 3 locations on the site. Minimum of 2 of those public art installations will be visible from the adjacent public street rights-of-way, and if located on the Loop Trail as contemplated herein, may help address in part requirements set forth in subsection A above. There's also a contribution to the Housing Trust Fund, which again was already included in the initial petition. This amount has been increased. In an effort to further support affordable workforce housing, the petitioner shall contribute an amount equal to $1 million to the City of Charlotte's Housing Trust Fund to be paid in 2 installments of $500,000 each. First installment would be paid prior to the issuance of the first building permit for the first building on the redeveloped site, and the second installment to be paid within 2 years of the issuance of such building permit. Then we get into the final items, which are good faith efforts to support MBE, WB, SBE contracting. General contractor will use diligent good faith efforts in recruiting and using minority women, small business enterprise firms in the award of its subcontracts for construction of the redevelopment with a target goal of 15% or more of the cost of work primary redevelopment project components. These efforts will include engaging well-regarded community resources to garner assistance in these recruitment efforts and make full reporting of the final MBE, WBE, SBE award percentage achieved publicly available. And the final, 2 more notes, apprentice job training and awareness commitments. Petitioner is committed to supporting apprenticeships and job training awareness for minority and underserved communities. With this in mind, petitioner will assure its general contractor of primary redevelopment components to make formal outreach and collaborate with the ROC Charlotte, which is rebuilding opportunities in construction, and the She Built This City and/or similar programs in connection with apprenticeship and job training opportunities before and during construction. commit to hold a contractor's college or similar education awareness from bid package job fair, resource event targeting specifically MBE, WBE, and SBE contractors, explore other workforce construction talent development opportunities with organizations like CPCC, Charlotte Works, and JCSU to support opportunities for youth in Charlotte community. And the final change is to support empowerment efforts in partnership with the area schools and underserved areas. And this states to encourage and empower young people in their life vision. Petitioner will ensure its general contractor will use diligent, good faith efforts to partner with 2 CMS schools with underserved areas of Charlotte to increase awareness among and educate a select number of students regarding development, construction, project management, environmental and water quality protection, and similar disciplines involved in a development or construction project of this kind. These efforts would include a minimum of 2 project site visits supervised by a project engineer and/or general contractor in coordination with school officials to demonstrate the types of jobs and work streams associated with development construction projects. General contractor may seek assistance in these efforts of organizations such as ROC Charlotte, which again is rebuilding opportunities in construction. Again, staff believes these changes are minor. They do not change the outcome of the project. Again, a lot of these components were already built in. These have just been modified or enhanced as a result of these changes, and they would not warrant additional review by the zoning committee.
Move to not send back.
Second.
We have a motion and a second not to send it back to the zoning committee. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor of not sending it back, please raise your hands. Anyone opposed?
Move to adopt and approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to adopt and approve. Is there any, I'm sorry.
Comments?
Any comments from Mr. Bakari?
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
No. You sat in the elevator and you weren't so sure, right?
So let me just kind of lay out where we are today and what's happened. For the better part of 2 years, a lot of people have been working very hard in this on multiple fronts. And the green shirts you see in here are one important angle among many that had to be weighed in. As we sat down in the beginning, I laid out, much like I do in all controversial rezonings that we face, that you can tell that's what it's going to be, some pretty simple parameters, which are you guys all come together and work in good faith to try to bring forth the same ask of us on voting night. And that's really what the expectation and need is. They worked very hard on all sides to try to do that. And while a lot of progress was made, and I believe that the site plan and the ultimate product is better because of that work, they were unable to ultimately come to a singular conclusion with the body that I had asked to be appointed within the Barclay Downs Homeowners Association. And it really just boiled down to the height and density was too much for them to be on board with. So that brings us to the other part that I mentioned to them up front. If we can't find agreement, then I will sit down and do my best to kind of look at the scale, so to speak, of where we are. And the scale is pretty simple. On one side, what is the petitioner asking for? What they should be able to do that I could deduce with whatever documents I have by right versus what is the community benefit that they're trying to level set to ask for that above and beyond. And I won't relive all the macro pieces of this, but the punchline is all the work that barely had an ink dry on it with our UDO and comp plan stated that this was R17 translated to N2. And N2B from that case put the scale way up here on what they were asking and way down here on the community benefits at that point. Where we entered into as of last Thursday was the current proposal on the table, $250,000 they were committing to the trail of the loop and $500,000 to the housing trust. So we sat down, I laid out 2 options for them that instead of coming with a no, how I could toss the ball back in that court and say, you guys work towards this ultimate solution. One was 50 units of affordable housing. The other was $8 million in contributions to the loop. And ultimately, through a lot of work, again, as you saw what Pettin just laid out there's a lot of fine print, we reached an agreement of $8 million of community benefits. There's $5 million in there. That's what I will qualify as hard investments into the loop, even though the timing kind of works within their parameters. And there's $3 million in best effort grants and best effort work they're going to do, in addition to the total of $1 million to the Housing Trust and a bunch of factors that you'll see there that we just read through that are indeed community benefits. The asterisk I'll put next to all that is I'm not used in my professional dealings in the real world to so many contractual best efforts, but they went really far. They pushed it as hard as they could, and I'm taking them at their word in our conversations to date that they want to be a big part of this community. They value it. They're entering this community in a big way. So these best efforts and the handshake that we've done, I think, go a long way to making sure that that we hold them accountable to that ultimately. And the South Park Municipal Services District is another kind of control element we put in here to make sure we've got some ongoing governance there. I will make a quick side note to staff and zoning committee that while we didn't get where I wanted to ultimately in this process of laying out the precedent that the next 2 years of rezonings and where we're going to head, when we see R17 that automatically translates on June 1st to N2, and these scenarios are like it, the expectation I'm going to have going forward is consistency is N2 is a placeholder. And we're heading to activity center or greater density, because that's what we had here in their justifications. And ultimately, that's not what I was told as the policy of why that transition happened. It was supposed to support the preservation of naturally occurring affordable housing. So I make that note for my colleagues that we're going to have a lot of these coming up, and that is important consistency. But I will just close by, in addition to asking you all to support this great proposition we have in front of us, I just want to thank Related, the petitioner, Jeff and Bridget. I'm sure you had a wonderful time through all this, but particularly shout out to Charlie Humphreys. That was some really masterful work over the weekend, my friend, and it won't be forgotten. I want to thank SPAN and Hillary Greenberg for consistently being a resource and someone working to problem solve with us. The whole Barclay Downs Neighborhood Association and the other neighbors, particularly the guy who sat in this seat, Kenny Smith, for working hard. I want to especially thank our own staff who jumped up to the occasion here and helped us make this work. But finally and last, but certainly not least, all the Trianon folks. This was not easy. It was complicated, especially given the situation you were in to try to navigate all this. But there is no one that deserves greater credit in any situation on this front than Brian Zapata. And Brian, we appreciate you so much. What a great job. So with that, it's my somewhat pleasure, but I'm glad we got to a point to ask you all to join me in supporting this petition for a very, very important parcel and part of our community.
All right. I have Mayor Pro Tem followed by Mr. Driggs.
Thank you. I've been supportive of this project for a while. I think it's a good project, especially for the way South Park is changing, and particularly right around the mall area. But the opinions that we necessarily have here, while they might be based in policy and they might be based in vision, it's the folks out here that have to live with the decisions that we make. So I always encourage developers and neighbors to figure out what is the best path forward to be good neighbors to one another. And I think Mr. Bakari laid out the long process that was embarked on to get here. And while everybody might not agree with every single detail, I think there have certainly been good neighborly efforts that were put down to get us to this point. One thing I will say, though, I think that us on council and staff, we really need to, and I know colleagues have said this over the past couple years, we really need to work on some policy guidance around how to assess community benefits. I think council members, particularly district reps, need tools in fairness for folks that are doing the building and developing our city, as well as neighbors. How can we objectively consider how much a benefit is worth, and what is the right ask to make. I think Mr. Bakari did some incredible work here. When I heard Ms. Mayfield ask a similar question for early decision, I think some of these considerations are going to be coming forward on some hearings that we'll have tonight. So I hope, whether it's part of this community area planning process as a kind of breakout of that, or whatever it may be once the UDO is in place, I think we really need to dive into what kind of tools can we make to really guide what the community benefit is of these community benefits, and how do we really inject them into these rezoning and overall development of our city processes. Thank you.
Mr. Driggs?
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to add my thanks to Related for your willingness to invest in Charlotte. We appreciate you, and for your willingness to hang in there while we navigate these unsettled ordinances that we're working through, that you've heard about a couple of times tonight. It was a bumpy ride. And finally, for your willingness to modify your plan as a result of feedback that came in from neighbors and from my colleague, so that we could get to this point tonight. I think this is a good outcome. I look forward to voting for it. I do also want to commend my colleague, Mr. Bakari, for one, for spotlighting this as a wonderful illustration of the difficult place where we are right now. And a couple of you have mentioned it. We need to try to get through this. We need to work on it, sort it out. We can't find ourselves back in this position. And I think Mr. Bakari spelled out for us in much greater detail, maybe than we'd heard before, exactly how unworkable this is. And we cannot have half of our petitions coming in with staff recommendations and inconsistency findings. So I hope we'll continue to work on that. But also, Mr. Bakari, you're a hell of a negotiator, and reminds me of my professional life. A tough guy. I think you got a good deal for your constituents, even though we didn't reach a point where they were completely happy. The outcome could have been very different, except for your persistence. So I commend you for that, and I look forward to voting for this. Thank you.
All right. Any other comments? Ms. Johnson?
Yeah, I just want to commend Councilmember Bakari as well. I mean, this is kind of across the aisle, but I think this is major. I think this is historical. I think $8 million in concessions is something all district reps we should take a look at in getting benefits for our constituents. So, great job, Councilmember Bakari.
All right. We have Ms. Watlington?
Yeah. Great job, Councilmember Bakari. He don't even know what to do with this. He like, what is ruined? No, I just wanted to say this. I know, first of all, this was a great project, and it was a great effort on all sides. What I think we can take from this is, as we think about the culture of this community going forward, considering everything that my colleagues have already mentioned, it shouldn't necessarily take a contentious rezoning to come to the table with some of the community benefit, right? So I hope that the bar is raised in terms of what the offerings initially are when we talk about rezonings, because we want to think about how we want the city to look going forward, right? But for some of the discussions around the table and some of the initial hesitation, but for the work of my colleague and others, this would not certainly have shown up this way. And so I would just offer that as we move forward, perhaps our starting point can be a little closer to where we ended for the next time. Thanks.
All right, Mr. Bakari?
Yeah, and I'll say this very quickly, Mayor, is one thing I wanted to really emphasize before we vote is particularly for the neighbors in Barclay Downs, the ones who may still be a little frustrated by this. I know this may not be exactly everything you were hoping for, but I hope that you'll look at the outcome of this as, you know, the potential, aside from all the soft factors and things there, at the end of this $8 million of community benefits going in a checked manner into the surrounding area, into the loop, into all of those amenities, walkability, all of those things. That is something that I think will ultimately pay dividends for the neighborhood and for what's going on there, but it's also going to be sitting right next to 55 nearly full affordable units across the street at Colony, 5% affordable units across the street from there at Apex. So these are the kinds of things that when we can kill 4 or 5 birds with one stone are really important. I know you all won't be overjoyed at the end of the day of the outcome, but I definitely had to navigate a lot of different angles, and I believe in the end it'll be something you all can be proud of. So with that, I call the vote, Mayor.
All right. We have a motion on the floor. All in favor of approval of the zoning committee and staff recommendation and the changes that we have, please raise your hands. Anyone oppose? All right, congratulations, Mr. Vakari, and thank you for the team that worked on this so hard. Thank you. You've all been great partners in building this community in a way that we can all respect, so thank you again. I expect that you guys might want to leave now, and so we'll just take a couple of minutes and allow you to move out of the chamber. Please be careful walking up the steps. All right, our next item is
That's called
17.
Boys.
Tried to get infield.
Thank you, thank you. One item a day. It's not maximum. You hit me up tomorrow.
It's all bad.
Sure.
I'm gonna give you a call this week.
Yes, let's do that.
Give you an update.
And I have an update for you on that same front. Not
Exactly right.
the whole same front. Opportunity.
They're just giving them a few minutes to go.
Which deferral was it?
You'll have to show me the ropes.
You're looking beautiful as always.
Oh, you talking about a decent? Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Which you're there this time.
I just want to put it down, defer.
I'm just gonna call you around.
I got so ticket because
We'll do it then. I don't know, maybe I'll leave and
I
then,
get last minute stuff, so that's why I sent y'all the flyer, and that's already the lady already say,
all right, do we have 1, 2, 3?
I got my peach coming.
We have enough people to start. Okay, you guys ready?
Yep.
All right, the next item is item 17, petition 2022-117 for approximately 9 acres by Mungo Homes. It's in District 2, and the staff and the zoning committee recommend approval of this petition. Do we have a motion to accept this petition?
So move.
Recommendation,
Second.
including the zoning committee's statement of consistency as our own. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on this item?
No.
Ms. Mayfield?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Still, again, some of the same challenges, but as we look at Old Plank Road off of Brookshire, and we look at the fact that Brookshire Boulevard is a highway, where we're seeing a lot of traffic. This is the path that I take multiple times throughout the day. Again, looking at how we have a petition that is inconsistent, even though my colleague spoke to it, it still goes back to the fact that staff, as we work on this 2040 plan, we need to be looking at the petitions that are coming before us, the petitions that have been approved, and making sure that that language is inclusive enough so that anyone that's looking to do business in the city have a much clearer idea of what the expectation is. This comprehensive plan goes of 10-minute neighborhoods. You are not getting to nothing off of Old Plank Road in 10 minutes. The closest grocery store is closer to Mount Holly, where there's a Harris Teeter as well as a Walmart. You're not walking there. There is no sidewalks. There is no safe way to leave from this development to get down to the grocery store. And if you were to walk, that's a minimum 30-plus minutes. So making the assumption that everyone has transportation or has the ability to have an app to pay for Uber or some other type of Lyft service or transportation service, this is inaccurate. To say that the petition could facilitate the following: a 10-minute neighborhood diversity and inclusion, safe and equitable mobility. council as well as planning staff, as we go out and ride through these areas, this is in direct contradiction. You are not getting any of these things if you are trying to maneuver. You are playing the game of Fogger and putting your life in your hands if you're trying to maneuver Brookshire Boulevard without a vehicle. You're putting your life in your hands in a vehicle because it goes from 45 to 55, and most people are traveling over 65 because it's a straightaway. So if we're going to say a healthy, safe, and active community, I would love us to get to a place where we have honesty in these conversations, because there is no way that this particular project off of this location and other projects are hitting these goals unless we're going to say the hope is within the next 2 decades, the next 20 years, this is what we expect to happen, versus saying that it could facilitate the following. That is very misleading, because you are not doing any of these 1, 2, 5, or 6 at this current location. And it is sad that we have representation that is not showing up and looking at the impact of what this looks like throughout certain parts of the city. Because the decisions we are making on these roads and these side roads are impacting a generation plus. Thank you.
All right. Is there any other comment? Ms. Johnson? Okay. All right, so we have a motion to approve the petition and accept the zoning committee statement of consistency as our own. All in favor, please raise your hands. Any opposed? Thank you. All right, our first, we have item 18, approximately 0.8 acres located on the south side of Hickory Grove in District 5. The zoning committee and the staff recommend approval of this petition. Do I have a motion to approve this petition and accept the zoning committee statement of consistency?
So moved.
We
Second.
have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? All right. We have 18B, which is at your place. It's the zoning committee's request. It's petition 2022-075. This is a proposed zoning, or the proposed zoning is TOD, Transit-Oriented Development Commercial Center, and Transit-Oriented Development Neighborhood Center. It's approximately 15.75 acres on the north side of East Westinghouse, west of Boulevard, South Boulevard. It's in District 3, and the zoning committee voted 5-1 to recommend approval of this petition. And is there a motion to accept the zoning committee statement of consistency as well as approve this petition as our own, our consistency statement as our own?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. We'll start with the discussion with the district rep.
I had a question for Ms. Bridget Grant.
Who?
She has a question, Bridget.
Bridget Grant. Ms. Grant, would you come down, please?
Do an agent.
Watch me work. No, just kidding. Hi there, Bridget. How you doing?
Good, thank you. How are you?
Good. I just wanted to get a little clarity on this one in particular. I know that we've had some discussion about what's there on the ground, what's been changed by staff in terms of, or what's been rezoned by council at the request of staff in this area. We know that in particular, we've got manufacturing and logistics that we'd like to make sure that we protect within the city. And we also want to make sure that along the blue line, not only do we have housing, but we have jobs. This is a conventional petition, so we don't have a site plan. But I did get an opportunity to speak with you a little bit about what the expectation is here for this site. And so I'd like for you to share a little bit about what the vision is for that, not specific to the site plan itself, but just to give some color as to how this fits into the overall vision of this area.
Am I good? So it's a conventional zoning, and we at one point had additional acreage included. We removed it so that it could remain I-2, which would allow I-2 uses. A portion of the site is already zoned TOD-CC, which allows residential and non-residential uses. They are attempting to add in the back portion of their site to allow that same mix of uses. Given the overall size of the site, it is not out of the question that the site could be developed with the full range of uses, not just limited to one type of use. And I'm being careful with my words, as Ms. Hagler-Gray knows, because it is a conventional zoning.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Any other comments? Hearing no further comments, do we have a motion? We have a motion. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hands. Anyone opposed? All right, the motion passes. Now we go into the third part of our work, which is the hearings. We have a couple of deferrals that are at the front of our agenda package. What's our first one?
19.
Number 15?
19.
That's been deferred.
No, he said 20 was
30.
deferred, not 19. 30. 19 was deferred.
19 was deferred.
Okay.
First one is not the 30.
All right, let me make sure that my,
Yeah. You might as well bring the piece.
19 was deferred. 24. So I go to this one. All right, here we go. All right, we have a rezoning petition 2021-198 by Nest Home Communities. It's in District 6 for 1.8 acres on the west side of Providence Road, and the zoning is single-family residential, and the proposed zoning is urban residential conditional. Staff recommends approval upon resolution of outstanding issues, and we have two speakers. So the staff will provide a presentation, and we have two speakers that are speaking against this, so that means that they would have a total of 10 minutes to speak.
Mayor, what number are you on?
On item 30,
Thank you.
Nest Home Communities. All right, we'll go ahead and start with the staff presentation.
All right, thank you, Mayor. This is 1.82 acres on the west side of Providence Road, south of Fairview Road, and north of East Barden Road. Parcels across from the Jewish Center Shalom Park. It is currently zoned R3, single-family residential, and proposed zoning is UR2, CD, urban residential conditional. And the policy map recommends neighborhood 1 for the site. The proposal would allow up to 17 single-family attached townhome dwelling units, a maximum of 6 units per building. They provide architectural standards related to exterior building materials, pitched roofs, stoops, porches, and limits on blank walls. The units along Providence Road would have a usable porch that, or stoop that forms the predominant feature of the building fronting Providence, and access is via a right-in, right-out driveway on Providence Road to an internal alley that serves the units along Providence, and the rest of the units would be alley loaded. They are installing a 12-foot multi-use path along Providence, and they're limiting their freestanding lighting to 21 feet in height, and notes that the lighting would be shielded and downwardly directed so that it does not illuminate the adjacent properties. Staff recommends approval of the petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to site and building and design, transportation, technical revisions related to the building and design environment. It is inconsistent with the 2040 policy map recommendation for the neighborhood 1 place type. The proposal, though, is for an infill site that fronts on Providence, which is a major thoroughfare. Other similar situated sized parcels along Providence have been rezoned to allow townhomes, and the site is proposed for N2 place type, which provides a transition from the institutional uses to the north and east of the site to the single-family development to the south and west. The previous rezoning from 2007, it was indefinitely deferred due to concerns from NCDOT, Temple Israel, and the Jewish Center regarding the proposed driveway location at the traffic signal. This rezoning would resolve that concern by locating the driveway as a right-in, right-out at the northern edge of the site. There's also bus service and a bus stop for Route 14 adjacent to the site along Providence Road. And they are installing a 12-foot multi-use path along Providence, limiting the building height to 40 feet, which is the same as single-family zoning, and provides a 10-foot wide buffer around the perimeter of the site between the use and the neighborhood uses. The petition would revise the recommended place type as specified by the 2040 policy map from N1 to N2. And I'll take any questions.
All right, we'll go ahead and hear from our speakers. Prior to, we have two speakers speaking for this petition, Dennis Terry and Gray Stout. Mr. Terry, Ms. Stout, you have 10 minutes to divide up however you choose to speak for this, and then you'll be followed by Chris Pratt and Jennifer Gossett, who are, I'm sorry, give me your name again.
Dennis Terry.
Hi, thank you very much. So you have 10 minutes to speak with, as well as Gray Stout. Is
Okay.
Gray here? Okay. You want to come down so that we can easily transition? All right. Mr. Terry.
Thank you. Again, I'm Dennis Terry. I'm a landscape architect with V3 Southeast. We are serving as the landscape architects and civil engineers and the technical consultant to the petitioner for this project. I'm going to be brief. I'm not going to take my entire time unless you have some questions. Want to follow up on staff's presentation and also point out that we are providing the required 15% undisturbed tree save requirement, which is equal to 12,000 square feet and a quarter of an acre. One thing staff did not discuss was stormwater. The stormwater will be handled on this site to meet City of Charlotte and NCDEQ requirements. We will either meet or exceed those requirements. We will meet all of the City of Charlotte stormwater manual specifications. The stormwater detention and water quality will all be underground, and the outlet will be located over 30 feet from the existing property line. No existing drainage patterns will be modified, and the stormwater runoff from the site will be maintained as it is existing or reduced. If you have any further questions, I can answer questions now or later.
All right, if you'll stay close by, then we'll go to later. And now we'll hear from Gray Stout. Mr. Stout.
Good evening, Mayor and fellow councilmen. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you about this project. My name is Gray Stout. I've been working with Nest Homes for about 20 years, mainly in Salisbury and Mooresville areas. We are a small outfit doing boutique small infill projects and are excited to be working in Charlotte. We recently had a project come before you in NODA for 5 units that was approved. I just wanted to mention that the buildings are 3-story in the middle, and then the end units are 2-story, which helps to break down the massing and scale of the buildings on the site. And also wanted to just mention that the front elevations that face Providence Road will be articulated in a way that I feel will enhance the experience of the pedestrians and as well as the drivers going by this site, in that they will not look like just the back of a typical townhouse project, but will read more as fronts with entrances to each unit and front doors. So that's all I have. Thank you very much.
All right. All right, we have 2 speakers against, and if we could have them come down, Ms. Chris Pratt and Jennifer Gossett. And you as well have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and the council.
Thank you for your service as a medical nurse here. I don't know where you are, but we know
I'd rather be in a COVID room right now, I swear to God.
You're valued in this community, so thank you.
I appreciate that a lot. Thank you so much. And my name is Jennifer Gossett. I am a nurse here in town. I grew up in Charlotte. I went to Independence High School. I was in here and met Sue Myrick once. Last time I think I was here. So I get it about development in Charlotte. But I live right behind this property on Hollow Tree Court. I'm here with Ms. Pratt, who's also going to speak. I have a PowerPoint that I sent to Mr. Kinley, if that's available. Our biggest issue with this, well, we haven't had a benefit of talking to anyone. We're not going to have an $8 million settlement for this, but our issue is water runoff primarily. We already, you'll see some pictures in a minute. Is somebody working on that? Yeah, okay. This is a street view from the sidewalk of Providence Road looking up at the current house. Just to give you an idea of the elevation, our biggest issue is that we've been told by the engineers, Mr. Terry, that it's not cost effective to grade the land. So that's our biggest ask tonight. If we could go forward, next slide, please. This is behind that area. This is Ms. Pratt's house. What happens on a rainy, very rainy day? If we have a couple days in a row, the water comes down. Next slide. This is from the property backyard. I parked at the church and just went to the side yard and took a picture looking down at her house, just to give you some real ideas of what we're dealing with, because, I mean, I'm not an engineer and I don't know what blueprints look like flat, but there's a serious elevation here. That's another one. Next slide. Sorry, thank you. And then I backed up on that one. Next slide, please. This is a short just clip of across the street from the Pratts. Actually, this is what happens, and this was an extreme example. This was last year for the Carrolls that are directly downstream across the street from Pratt's, and you can see the amount of water going through their backyard. The next slide, I think, will go into just show their garage, but you get the idea that that's a lot of water, which normally we would not have. But again, this is what happens sometimes. Amy's backyard looking up right now from her literal patio, sitting on her patio, this is what it looks like to see that property. And where you see sort of a fence with ivy is going to be an 8-foot cement fence with, and what I understand is the 15% tree save is minimal requirement. Right, I mean, is what they're recommending. Next slide, please. This is just from the driveway of the current house, just one other view. And I think that's the end of my slides. So obviously that's a concern. We have the similar concerns to what we've already heard tonight with things being inconsistent and what's proven. I can tell you as a cardiac nurse, that got my attention when Ms. Johnson, I think it was Ms. Johnson that mentioned about all those minutes added up to 911 response. If you have a cardiac arrest, every minute, you have a 10% chance of recovery, basically, if you have a cardiac arrest at home, and every minute you lose 10%. So that's something to think about. Hadn't planned on that, but this was just a copy of what the gentleman showed, I think, before. So just wanted to bring that to your attention. Amy, if you want to come up, you know, I am a lesser concern, a more minor concern, but something to consider is that Mr. Ghazi is the owner of this property. He does not have the best track record in Charlotte of the people he works with, and I think a small concern we have is that we don't know about Nest Properties. I was glad to hear they've had, you know, something, possibly a positive thing, but what would be our recourse if this were to not go through or if something were to fail? Lastly, we did have this petition that I almost forgot to tell you. Of the neighbors, we're a small neighborhood, there's about 80 of us homes, and then we have a petition that about 56 other neighbors signed just to, you know, state their opinions. You know, people, Robert O'Neill said, with recent additions of stacked living near Providence Road and Fairview, traffic and congestion is unbearable. Additional condensed living on Providence Road will exacerbate this. Another neighbor mentioned how the grading and infrastructure needs to be addressed with stormwater drainage. That was another one of our issues where the storm drain is on the plan. We're not engineers, but it doesn't appear to be in the area where the flow of water is already coming down. Paul Holmes lives at East Barton and Providence Road right now, and he already is having issues. He's had issues. He's lived there 40 years. He's had issues with water coming down his front yard. But that's another issue because it's a state road and he has to deal with North Carolina. So that, I just want to please ask for your help in either opposing and or helping us find some considerations like you found with your other larger homes. You know, what can we do to make this more livable and more reasonable and not have 3-story townhomes over us in our backyard? Thank you.
Thank you. You have about 5 minutes to speak.
Hi. You can actually use the same slide deck as Jennifer. So I'm Amy, and that's my house that you're looking up at the 1-story house. First of all, congratulations to the City Council. I mean, you guys are approving some really awesome things, and progress is really super important. And we are by no means opposed to progress. We being raised in a trailer park in Monroe, I've progressed, so I'm happy about that. So I feel like when we look at these zonings, and like Councilmember Mayfield said, and a lot of the council persons that spoke today, we're just here as the representation of the neighbors. Like, these are what these projects, we are who these projects affect. Our day-to-day life is affected by this construction. And not to mention the infrastructure, are you going to expand Providence Road? They are also building a over 55 community at the Jewish Community Center across the street. So that's additional people, and has the DOT actually gone through and measured that impact? And we have one stoplight there. We have school buses that make a left on that out of our neighborhood. What's going to happen when that is only a one-way out and a one-way in? I think that's something else that you guys mentioned as well during these other zoning buildings proposals. And I think, Winston, you said it as well. We need to start from a good neighborly situation. We need to figure out how we can be good neighbors to this progress, and actually how the progress can be good neighbors to us. Because if we cannot work together, we haven't spoken to them, they haven't knocked on our door to see the runoff or to ask us how it affects us, because that's my backyard, you know? And that's a huge thing. That picture that you saw of the drainage at the Carrolls and the drainage on the front yard or the side, that's what our house looks like in the backyard every time it rains. Every time. And they said that, yes, thank you. So that all area, I brought tons of dirt back there. I have brought tons of rock to try and help. I even dug with my hands a dry creek bed to help that water run off. And they just stated that there is no effort or in the plans to address the runoff. It was already pre-existing. So they said that they're not going to look at any other conditions. They're just going to keep it as is. So we oppose this as it is planned and stated right now. If they come back with another grading, they said it wasn't cost effective when we asked them why they couldn't grade it. They said it was not cost effective. Really? I mean, so for the next 25 years, that's my cost effective. I'm going to be the burden of that cost, my anxiety and my family and our neighborhood. I mean, that doesn't seem very cost effective to me. So anyway, just inconsistencies, guys. Planners, building. I mean, we want the best for everyone. You know, just think about that, because that's my backyard. And it's water, and that's what we look at. And with anxiety that I have, mental health, I've created that as like a nice sanctuary, and that's really going to affect my health. Just to say that. Anyway, yeah, that.
Thank you very much. We've heard from our speakers. I know, we've heard from our speakers. We're going to go to you have 2 minutes to make a rebuttal, and I believe the landscape, Mr. Harry, would you like to make any rebuttals? Mr. Stout, would you like to make a rebuttal? You have 2 minutes to do that.
Thank you. I just wanted to speak to the neighbors' concerns because my thought, listening to what they said about the water runoff, was that if we do not build the project, there will continue to be a runoff problem. And I think that our design, as Mr. Terry mentioned, takes into consideration the fact that we're creating a large area of buildings and parking and driveway that are not pervious. So we are charged to hold the water that we're creating and properly take it off the site. So we have underground storage and other devices to maintain that. So I think that actually the project can improve the flooding that we all saw in the video, which was so dramatic. If our project doesn't get built, as I said at the beginning, it will continue to run off, and there will be no change. So I would hope that we could work with the neighbors to show that or demonstrate that it could be an improvement in that aspect. Thank you.
All right, thank you. You may want to stay closer to this, so if there are other questions. All right, so there are questions from the council.
I'll just make a comment to staff. Aside from both the speakers, appreciate you coming out and making us aware of these specific points. I think what I'll be looking for from you guys over the next month is, we've experienced a lot of these issues over the last 5 or 6 years, and I'm painfully familiar with the stormwater issues that a lot of people face right now. I think the point of what is the current situation, as we saw some real examples. How much is this rezoning adding to that, staying neutral, or making it better overall? And I think ultimately, we had $1 billion backlog in stormwater problems, of which we decided to change the definition of where we held the bar because it was untenable. So, that isn't to make you feel any better, but just to say, like, there's a lot of people that are struggling and suffering just like you guys are, and it's just such a hard problem for us to deal with here. But we can transactionally look at things like this and make sure, certainly at a minimum, we're not making it worse. And hopefully that we're able to do some things to even make it better. And if there's a scenario where they are neutral, that's one thing. But if there's also a scenario we can get creative with some of the stormwater funds we have for matching in scenarios like that, I'd love you guys to take a look at that. But otherwise, we're going to have the same issues. We have just gone about making all of our rules say, on average, we're going to get more dense, right? And now we've got Providence that is the nightmare scenario every time a rezoning comes up around transportation and trips per day. This relatively looks small, but your points of everything else across the street and everything happening, I mean, that's on us, unfortunately, and we have to figure out a way to solve this with our investments in roads and in transportation. But again, I think the big thing I'm going to look for from you guys is, where does this sit along the lines of how of what the petition is doing post a situation where it comes to fruition to that stormwater, and then what can we do creatively to solve for it. So I'll work offline with you on that.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I have a question about vehicles. When they exit, I know it's right near a light, an strange little intersection with the entrance to the JCC. Is the intent to allow vehicles exiting the development to be able to pull to the light to make a U-turn if they need to go to travel north on Providence Road? Or
We're going to have our transportation person who reviewed this address that.
Good evening, Jake Carpenter with CDOT. So this is an NCDOT facility, and when this petition came through, we worked with them to look at the options for access to this location, and the two options were full access at a signal, which is not preferred for a driveway and alley type of this nature, or to shift the driveway as far away from the signal as possible. So there's technically they would be able to pull across to the left turn lane. There's a very short distance, and it's not the preferred scenario, but options are limited for this parcel for access, and that was the preferred option in talking with NCDOT.
What's that?
How do they resolve it?
Yeah, how is there a way to resolve that? It doesn't seem like it's preferred. While they might be able to, it doesn't seem like that's preferred by NCDOT. What I'm hearing from you, and I would assume that we don't prefer it either. Is there a way to resolve making that traffic go to a preferred route?
Well, out of the two options, this was the preferred alternative, rather than the full access at the traffic signal.
I hear that out of the two options, but it sounded like you said there is a short distance the vehicles can exit and get to that left turning lane, but that is not preferred, which I took from that there's a different way that would be more preferred for vehicles to travel north, to get to a northwest kind of route. Is there a way to
I think the intent of my statement was more that we wish there was a longer frontage to have a different option than that option. We could explore a split driveway scenario, but it would be very tough at this location with the access options that we have.
Well, I think another option could be not allowing U-turns there and making them go a different route to travel north and west. That's kind of more what I was getting at. If that's possible, I would like to explore that because I feel like there could be some bad outcomes with that quick access to the left lane and then a U-turn. I don't think that would be, that's not an optimal situation that I would like to see. But maybe I'll talk to Mr. Bakari about that as well later.
Any other comments or questions? All right.
Can I say one thing addressed to that DOT?
No, I'm so sorry, but we have these rules that we have to follow, but you certainly can work with Mr. Bakari. He's going to give you some information on how to contact him, and you'll have plenty of opportunity over the next 30 days to work this out. I mean, he's going to work with you to do that, okay? Thank you.
He's doing great work.
Yeah.
That's right. I want to commend him for
We
that.
need more at-large reps.
So,
Councilman.
we need to have a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
And we have a second, and any discussion, all in favor, raise your hands. All right, thank you. The next item is item 31, petition 2022-70 by Carter Acquisitions for approximately 31.4 acres. It's in the ETJ closest to District 4. The current zoning is a business park, and now it would be requested as a mixed-use development with conditional conditions. And staff recommends approval upon resolutions related to transportation. In this case, we have two speakers, Paul Pinnell and Jack Murphy. Both are for, so we'll have a short briefing, and then you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor. 2022-070 is 31.4 acres on Old Statesville Road. It's currently zoned BP, which is a business park zoning designation. Proposed zoning is for MUD optional, which would be a conditional district. Adopted place type on the policy map does recommend a community activity center with this area, and the proposal is for up to 30 single-family attached townhome-style units and 360 multifamily apartments. And then a maximum of 25,200 square feet of non-residential uses and a maximum of 20,000 square feet of office uses. The request also has an optional provision related to the north side of the proposed public road, Liberty Crossing Drive extension, that would allow some vehicular parking and circulation between the public right-of-way and the proposed buildings. It does provide a 12-foot multi-use path and 8-foot planting strip along Old Statesville. Constructs a number of traffic improvements as a result of the traffic impact analysis, which would include signal phasing and turn lane modifications, as well as a new traffic signal and new turn lanes. Does commit to providing Mecklenburg County Park and Rec a 35-foot wide easement for the construction and maintenance of a county greenway, and also has walkways being provided to connect all residential entrances to sidewalks along public streets. Commits to 15,000 square foot amenity area on the site, which could include things, including but not limited to a clubhouse, community pool, pocket park, patio areas, grills, fire pit, et cetera. Also commits to architectural standards, including building materials. Staff does recommend approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation. It is consistent with the 2040 policy map recommendation for a community activity center, and we will be happy to take any questions you may have following the petitioner's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pinnell and Jack Murphy. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I think we may have a presentation that's been prepared. I'll wait for it to go up on the screen. Thank you. I'm Paul Pinnell with Urban Design Partners, representing the petitioner, Carter Acquisitions, on zoning petition 2022-070 along Old Statesville Road. This is a picture of the existing condition on site. The site is directly south of 485 and just north of the Mecklenburg County Park location where presumably the MEC deck was signed many years ago. The site, again, just south of 485. One item of note here that's not shown in this aerial is it's directly north of a new Amazon distribution facility that is directly south of the site that is currently in operation today. Just to provide a little bit of context here with the 2040 policy place type map, the site is slated for Community Activity Center. And then just going back in time a little bit, while this is not necessarily prudent to discuss today, it was originally thought within the Northlake Area Plan to be a red line transit district. So this area is presumably intended to be a more intense, dense area with a mix of uses, which this particular petition is providing on site. The site includes multiple on-site new public roads, providing connectivity to adjacent parcels, including uses that are up to 30 townhomes, 360 multifamily units, a mix of non-residential uses, including commercial, retail, and office, potentially medical office as well. Most notably, what we need to address in this is the extent of off-site road improvements that are included within this petition. We can go into detail on this, but it includes off-ramp extensions at 485 in Old Statesville. It includes turn lane extensions on Old Statesville, a new signal along Old Statesville, and this is all in relation to a fairly large and substantial state highway or state improvement project that is slated to begin within the next 10 years. However, there's no plans in the making right now for right-of-way to be acquired. So during the TIA process, there are a lot of road improvements that were associated with this particular petition. In addition, within the current petition, which will be revised prior to this petition going to zoning committee, all of these improvements will be installed prior to the first CO on site. So there's quite a lot of public infrastructure that will be going in prior to the first building opening up. And I believe I might have just a few more minutes, but again, this is just the wire diagram for the TIA. We can delve into that with any questions that you all may have. We have precedent images for Carter acquisitions and previous projects that they have done. It's a very elevated type of multifamily project. We're very happy to be working with them on this site, and I'll open it up to any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Ms. Watland.
Thank you. I've just got a question for staff. As it relates to the rezonings nearby, what is the radius on these?
I don't know if we have necessarily a fixed radius for the ones that we capture in those staff analysis that says, you know, what's gone on around there over the last 5 years. I'll have to ask our GIS folks if they use a specific radius or if they just try to kind of zoom out enough to capture, you know, at least probably a mile around the site. But I'll try to see if I can get a clear answer from them if they actually use a specific, you know, measurement.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Mayfield.
Thank you. Quick question as I look on here, you identified potentially up to 360 multifamily residential units. Is this going to be a combination of workforce units, or is this all going to be market rate?
This is all market rate housing.
Thank you.
Motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
Second?
You didn't get the second.
Second.
No, I'm asking for a second.
Second. Yeah.
All right. All in favor, aye?
All right.
Anyone opposed? Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Agenda item 32, 2022-84 by Mission Properties for approximately 20.8 acres on the south side of Ridge Road, north side of 485. It's in the ETJ. The closest council district is in District 4, and the current zoning is single-family residential. The proposed zoning is multifamily residential conditional. And we have, here are our speakers. On this one, we have several people. Mr. Brown, will you coordinate all of the speakers? Thank you very much for that. And we'll now have a staff presentation. And since there's no opposition, we'll have a short presentation and hear from our petitioner.
All right, thank you. 2022-084. It's just under 21 acres on Ridge Road, just north of the I-485, I-85 interchange. It's currently zoned R3, and it is being proposed for R17 multifamily conditional. Adopted place type calls for neighborhood 1 in this location. The proposal is for up to 213 single-family attached townhome dwellings, does limit maximum building height to 48 feet, and then commits to constructing turn lanes along the site's public street frontage on Ridge Road, does commit to a 12-foot multi-use path along the site's frontage as well, provides a 50-foot Class C buffer abutting single-family homes. You can see that in green on the plan. Also provides just under a half acre of open space, which would include things like a clubhouse, combination of hardscape and softscape pool, benches, fountains, et cetera, and also provides architectural standards, including things like building materials. Staff does not recommend approval of this petition in its current form. We'd like to continue to work on a potential reduction in unit count, change in the form to something that's more in line with the neighborhood one place type. We will continue to evaluate our recommendations based on any potential changes that are made. It is inconsistent with the 2040 policy map recommendation for neighborhood one, and we'll take any questions following the petitioner's presentation. Thank you.
All right, because the staff is opposed, you have 10 minutes. Feel free to start.
Yes. Madam Mayor, council members, and zoning committee members, especially on this petition, this is pretty interesting, and I think the conversation from decisions tonight really highlights a couple things I wanted to talk about, where we've heard Ms. Mayfield talking about the concerns about the inconsistencies, and Mr. Winston pointing out that the 2040 plan is a little bit of a work in progress. And so I have a couple points I want to, this is a perfect case for that discussion. So property location, it is a long way from where we sit tonight in Charlotte, in the ETJ, on the edge of the city, but it is really in the backyard of Concord Mills. So that's a little far from us. It is certainly in an area where there are a lot of amenities, a lot of opportunities for employment. So here we are. It really sits in the elbow of 485 and 85 and is about a little over half a mile to Concord Mills. This is an area, last year you approved a significant development in this area. I believe the developer was Childers Klein. I think it may have been called Kings Grant. So it's an area that is changing significantly. As Dave mentioned, 21 acres. Again, you've got, you're sided by 2 interstates and what will be a large development. And that brings me to the big concern. As staff indicated, staff is not in support because we're inconsistent with the plan. And the point I want to make to y'all tonight is there's a lot of nuance in the plan. This is a look at what's coming along. So here's our parcel up against 485 and 85. Here is the Kings Grant development I mentioned by Childers Klein, which is about 2.5 million square feet of industrial development, also with some multifamily. Directly across the street here is a zoning for some CC, some commercial zoning. And so the challenge for us and the place that staff's in when they're evaluating this is the 2040 plan calls for this to be a neighborhood one place type, which is the lowest intensity development we have in our new zoning ordinance. I think the case is, Mr. Winston, when we did that original map, generally the map picked up what your current zoning was. So the current zoning on the site was R3, and therefore I think the recommendation is N1. Why do I think that? Because we looked back at the older plans, and this is a little bit outside the prosperity area plan. But if you look down the old, I think it's the maybe Northeast District plan, here's the area. So for 20 years, from the late 90s, our plan called for this to be fairly intense residential, up to 12 dwelling units per acre. So we have a property owner for 20 years said, okay, well, I'm going to get kind of this density housing. And then we approved major commercial developments right across the street, millions of square feet. And our current 2040 plan put us in the neighborhood one place type. And so we've got staff between a rock and a hard place, who's dealing with us and saying, well, it says N1 and you're not N1. So that is some of the nuance. Yeah, I think as we go back and look at these place types on a closer level, I think someone probably looks at this and says, well, gosh, it is up against 2 interstates, and it had a higher intensity recommendation for years, and we've got a lot that's changing in the area, so something higher. But we are where we are. We're with N1 now, and staff knows that, and so that's what we're haggling over. That gets to our zoning proposal, and again, you've got a property owner who went under contract probably with this developer when the old plan was in place, that was supporting higher intensity. Now it's lower intensity. We started out at 288 apartments and 66 townhomes. So kind of mid 300s on units. Staff has said, hey, we've got N1 now, you've got to do better. The development team has worked very hard to get as close to N1 N1 as possible. So that was the original plan. They've dialed that back. So now we've gone from apartments to a townhome model with 213 units. So dramatically reducing the number of units. But the problem we have is if we have an N1, you can't do a typical townhome in N1. Staff is saying that's not consistent. So that's where we are now, a bit between a rock and a hard place. I appreciate Dave's comments about us being in current form. This development team has again made a huge, we're several hundred units or 150 units down from where we started. We're going to continue working with staff. We've got a new unit type, which is more consistent with the N1. It is we're still a little frustrated that we're dealing with N1, but that is where it is. So we'll continue working. Happy to take any questions you have. We had a community meeting, had some adjacent owners. It's funny, the adjacent owners, they said, well, we've kind of expected this. I think they'd send the land use plan, so they expect the intensity is coming. So happy not to have opposition from the public, and we will continue to work with staff to see if we can get this into a place that you're more comfortable, but we will probably be back to you, and no matter what, it will say inconsistent, right? Whether it should be inconsistent, I don't think so. I hope if we take a look at this, we'd have a different recommendation for, again, this property that abuts two interstates and has a major development coming across the street. Thank you.
Thank you. We've got three council members that would like to have some questions. We'll start with the Mayor Pro Tem, followed by Ms. Mayfield, and then followed by Ms. Watlington.
Thank you. First, are you, Mr. Brown, are you saying that what we have in our packet is probably not what is going to be the final recommendation? I was kind of confused.
Well, this is our current plan. This is what we'd love to have. Staff is not currently supportive. And staff has said, they said, hey, we're not supportive in its current form. And they've laid out some suggestions, a reduction in density, some different product types. So we've got to look at that. I expect that we'll also have conversations with the zoning committee members because they get pretty focused on these with our consistency and how we're doing those. So I don't think there will be major, Mr. Winston, I don't think this should be a single-family neighborhood. We could not do it as a single-family or single-family duplex, triplex. It needs a little more density. And we're struggling, and Dave can expound on this, whether we're consistent with the design. So I hope we're going to continue working. It will not be dramatically different, but maybe we can make some changes to get us closer.
Yeah, my second question is for status for Dave. Kind of going back to what we were talking about during decisions, add to the weirdness of the time, each place type has a level of intensity. Whether you're dealing with neighborhood 1, you go from low intensity neighborhood 1 to higher intensity neighborhood 1, and neighborhood 2, the next one up is low intensity neighborhood 2, and all the way up. And my assumption looking at this and hearing is that you think that this is too high of an intensity of a neighborhood 2. You might not be opposed to a lower density neighborhood 2. You're looking at, because we have the King's Grant that's going on, your assumption is that this area is going to change. You kind of thought about that in your assumption?
Yeah, we've thought through quite a bit. I think the previous rezoning that was King's Grant before it became the industrial King's Grant actually was a little bit more of a mixed-use project that maybe we could have looked at as an activity-type center, which is one of the things we start to consider when we're looking at neighborhood 1 to neighborhood 2. We also look at access to transportation, which is really not a bus service of any kind here until you get over really to Mallard Creek. So some of the things that we look at considering those transitions from neighborhood 1 to neighborhood 2 just kind of weren't in place for this petition. They are in some others. But, this one's a challenging one as well, just given the location, like I said, of that major employment opportunity, which will, hopefully will be coming online sooner than later in King's Grant, the location against the interstates. There's some things that I think we all need to roll our sleeves up, as Mr. Brown mentioned, and kind of continue to work through to get an outcome that makes sense for the place type, but also kind of makes sense for the place where this is located. It's a little bit challenging, too, when we have something like Concord Mills, but we don't necessarily fold those into some of our land use recommendations. We dealt with that even in our old plans and policies, where we've got folks wanting to build development that would have some synergy with that use, but we don't necessarily capture that across county lines in our own land use recommendations. So I think there are some things we can continue to work with the petitioner on, but, we're just trying to reconcile some of the policy things that we consider in those situations and where it is. I think there probably could still be some change to some building form, maybe go with some more 2 and 3 unit building types versus all, 4 and 5 and 6 townhome units. So I think there's some opportunity for some change, but, I know it's going to come with some limitations on what the petitioner can provide, and then what the policy will, continue to be supportive of.
Would it be fair to assume that, fair to say that you guys are considering the future development in the area when you're considering the appropriateness of your recommendation?
Yeah, I think one of the things that was a challenge, like I said, in this one is that Kings Grant is looked at as a manufacturing place type, but it's really a job creation place type, and in some ways, maybe not a campus per se, but it's going to have a significant employment driving component to it. So yeah, I think that's part of what we considered. But again, when we have some things we look at, a lot of it is activity center based, transit based, and where some of those projects fall within, near some of those other place types. And manufacturing logistics isn't one that necessarily gets captured in neighborhood 1 to neighborhood 2, but I think that's also a little bit, when you get into the specifics of what Kings Grant is, which is more job creation and employment base and distribution. It's not the heavy industry that, we might see somewhere else. So I think that's a factor we'll continue to look at as we work with the petitioner.
Thank you.
Ms. Mayfield?
Thank you. Mr. Brown, I'm concerned, and staff can help me with this as well, so I have 2 questions for you. Our Historic Landmarks Committee have a note on here, so I want to make sure that I'm understanding, because I'm concerned that if this note, which I will read, is accurate, the concerns that staff have, why this isn't also part of the conversation. The approval of rezoning petition 2022-084 would result in the demolition of a century-old farmhouse of local historical architectural significance, due in part to the scarcity of such craftsman bungalow-style rural residences from the early 20th century. Any approved rezoning to accommodate the proposed development should include a proactive plan for the preservation of this historic house. Accordingly, it is recommended, and a note of parcel ID number for 1429 Ridge Road not be rezoned and instead retain its current R3 zoning classification, and that the applicant consult with the Historic Landmarks Commission on an appropriate preservation solution for the property. Have you had a conversation?
We have. That was interesting. So the property is not currently designated as historic. We received this letter as part of the process. The property owner, whose family has owned this for many years, is working directly with Historic Landmarks. The property owner has their own attorney. As it turns out, the house was rebuilt in 1936. So there is an ongoing conversation with the property owner and Historic Landmarks. The development team the property owner has much more familiarity with the property and is directly engaged with Landmarks. We expect we'll continue working with that issue as well as we move forward.
So even though what's noted on this paperwork that's in front of us, that they're requesting for a continued conversation with you, you're saying that the owner of the property is who is communicating with the Historic Landmarks?
That's correct. Yeah, the reason is it affects her regardless, right? If we decided not to move forward with this rezone, and you've got a property owner who, again, she had a plan that said this was for higher density housing, now it's for low. So I think her concern is she's got to deal with that either way. So if we were to say, hey, we'll go away, she's going to resolve that. So she's working directly with them.
Okay, and staff had also noted in one of their concerns the fact of the proximity to both 485 and I-85, yet there's no connectivity. So looking at the current proposal that has the buffer, and I would assume a sound wall, but I didn't see that written in the language. Maybe I missed it when I attempted to zoom in. Since you're going to be that close to the highway, there's definitely going to be a sound impact. but I'm trying to get an idea of why there is not connectivity.
Well, staff's right. It's funny, when I first looked at this, I was like, oh, it's right by the interstate. There's not an access ramp, so you can't hop on right here. You do have to drive down and pick up Mallard Creek and then get, so 2 turns. But it is true, you cannot get directly onto 85 here or 485 here. I can back up. So you would go down, take Mallard, and this is how you would get to Concord Mills currently. Now recall, Kings Grant, when that is developed, that will provide connectivity more directly. So we expect that that comes along, then you'll be able to use the streets involved in that development and really have a backdoor into Concord Mills.
And the other part of my question was, because maybe I'm missing it, for the buffer that is going to be between the highway and where the residential is going to start for the townhomes, is that also going to include a sound wall like what we have along parts of 77 where the highway was built right up on residential neighborhoods?
I will have to check. I don't believe that is currently the case. There is, and what's behind us is actually, fortunately more of the on-ramp and not the high-speed travel lanes, but I will check with the design team on that.
That would be helpful. Thank you.
And I'm sorry, I did get a note from my client that says you can access 85, so I'll check
So
into that.
can you point out if the client, because I believe you have a chance to step up, if you can show me where the access would be?
I might have to, see, does anyone at CDOT know? Sorry,
And let's follow
he's
up.
recovering from some surgery, but I'll be happy to set a meeting.
Get a
and-
meeting
yes,
on the schedule so we can go over it.
happy to do it.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Watlington?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Firstly, as everyone here has said so far, I think this is an obvious opportunity to start taking a look at the area plan from a larger perspective. I know that we've said it again and again, but there has got to be a way that we can prioritize certain areas and go in and take a look, because when we start to look at things like nearby rezonings, again, back to my previous question, it does not capture in this map the context that was shared during the presentation. And so as we're considering these rezonings, we've got to have a better understanding of the broader context. And I think that happens through the area plans, and I know that that is a process, but to the extent that when we bring these particular zonings before council, that we've done some sense of this is what we think is going to happen here, that's gotta be addressed as part of the particular rezoning, because we don't have any other way to understand what the broader impact is to the community. The next thing I did want to understand is, just from a comp goal standpoint, I noticed that I'm not seeing the summary sheets in this book anymore. Is there a reason for that, or is it?
It's built into the rationale now. That's
Okay,
where-
so.
Yep. And it will just, the last bullet talks about what goals that could be facilitated
Yeah,
by
I
the
saw the
petition.
bullet, but
So-
wasn't sure about the sheet. I asked that question just because as we're assessing the goals to the Comp 2040 plan, every single parcel may meet the goals, but it's really about the sum of the parcels together. So again, back to the area planning point, we've got to figure out how to marry that up as we're looking at these sooner rather than later. And then lastly, specific to this petition, as far as it relates to tree save, where is staff on the sustainability piece in regards to tree save specifically? Because I didn't see any bullet points in the recommendation or the rationale for the recommendation there. So I just wanted to hear, because I see a ton of trees on this lot, and given the broader development that's going to happen around this area, I would expect that we will lose a good bit of our tree canopy. So I wanted to understand how we're thinking about that at this moment.
So when we get comments back from our urban forestry staff about tree save, it's mainly ensuring that the project could meet the tree save ordinance requirements in permitting. So there's not a lot of conversation on what trees should be saved, what areas should be saved. It's more identifying the areas that the petitioners has laid out as tree save and making sure that those would meet the ordinance requirements, or ensuring that the petitioner is aware that they have tree save requirements they would need to meet in permitting. So we don't get into a lot of the details at this level of it, because some of those details haven't been fully fleshed out. I think the urban forestry team is mainly just making sure that the petitioner is aware of tree save requirements, and that the petition as it's kind of laid out generally meets the tree requirements in the ordinance.
Okay. And then my last question to that is, I know at one time there was a discussion around the specific tree save requirements for these rezonings versus our overall sustainability goals. Have we confirmed that those two marry up?
Well, I'd have to get back to you on a follow-up report and talk to the folks that have been maybe working a little bit more closely on that.
Awesome, thank you.
All right, Ms. Johnson?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to raise up again all of the 20 pending rezonings in this area. And I want to ask a question today about the school impact. This states that it will increase Mallard Creek Elementary from 76 to 79%. Is that correct?
Yeah, so those projections are increasing school utilization over existing conditions, and that, again, is without any mobile classroom units. So if they have mobile classroom units, then that helps to offset some of those percentages, but that's just assuming no mobile classroom units are used on site.
So this is a point that I keep bringing up, and I have a list of all the approved petitions. In December of 2021, that petition, the King's Grant petition with 274 acres and 2,750,000 square feet of warehousing and other things, it said that it was going to increase the percentage from Mallard Creek Elementary in December of 2021 from 75 to 78%. That was December of 2021, prior to the approval of about 19 or 20 more petitions. So I just wonder, again, the cumulative impact, when are we counting the approved petitions in these numbers?
Yeah, so we work with the numbers that CMS provides to us, and they're based off of their population calculations they have for each year, and we don't, the numbers we got from them are based on whatever numbers they're using for their capital planning and other planning and efforts. I think they do get updated, at some point, either during each year or at another point, maybe twice a year. I'm not 100% sure how often they update those, but we work with the numbers that they provide us. So I'm not sure when they start to capture, if it's, true population counts, or if they're taking into account some of those possible developments that get approved but maybe don't get built for 2 or 3 years down the pipeline. But we're working with the numbers from that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
But it just speaks to what we as the council, the information that we are given. We know mathematically that's impossible. So how are we claiming that we're making informed decisions for our district and for our residents? So that's what I've been saying. That's what we're talking about when we talk about infrastructure. That's what council's saying. So I just, and I've said it, we need some help. I mean, I've got 20 pending rezonings, and I know that I don't have valid information in making the decision. So how do I face my voters and my residents and saying, I'm taking these things into account? We're not accounting the traffic, the tree save, the police and fire. We don't know the cost of growth, and I know your position, but I mean, this is for my colleagues. It's up to us. We're the ones that make the decisions. So I just keep bringing this up to council. How do we tell our voters based on these school numbers alone? And I know we don't, the schools aren't under our purview, but this is an example of the information that we are considering when we're making decisions. It's not just about the schools. It's about how are we strategically making decisions. So I know with Mallard Creek, I've sent these maps to all of the council members and to the mayor. This is what I need some additional help, or I don't know if we can make considerations until we have this information, actual information. If we could maybe stop taking applications for petitions in the Mallard Creek area. So I would like accurate information in order to be able to consider these petitions so that we are responsible and accountable to our voters. Thank you.
Mr. Driggs?
Thank you, Mayor. Looking at this, Mr. Pettin, would it be fair to say that the petitioner and staff are pretty far apart on this one?
I think in the last plan iteration, we're making some progress. I think we still have, a little bit of a gap that we need to work through, but based on where we started with mainly multifamily apartments to where we are now, I think we're making some good progress, so.
I'm just wondering if this hearing is a little premature, because the objections that staff are raising are not technical objections. They're not saying this is what N1 is or so-and-so. They are saying there are reasons why they don't think this works at that location. So I would like to see on a similar substantive level more convergence in terms of what is actually suitable there. We've got a problem with the interpretation. Maybe it's not an N1, but from R3 to R17, it's a big step, and it looks to me like they're presenting a pretty good case that that's not appropriate at that location. So I need to learn more about this, and I will look into it. But I'm just concerned. It looks to me like it's going to be necessary to make changes that will probably send it back to the zoning committee when we see it again. Thank you.
Mr. Bakari?
Yeah, and just to piggyback, even on some points the district rep made there at a macro level again, I think this is another great case of which I would love to hear from you guys. I mean, after this, there's only 2 months in the old pre-UDO world, right? So, just like the Trianon one, this is a great case made that it was R3. You could look back and see that R12 plus was ultimately where the promise of this was. A mapping exercise occurred that made it N1, and now you've got a proposition that's R10, right, basically, when you do the math on it. So seems logical to me, but what I want to overlay into all this is when we make these decisions across the entire city, we just set a precedent tonight, right? When you see an old R17 that became an N2 in an edge, the expectation is that's going to be activity center or something similar. So what is the precedent that we're going to set here for all these types of cases? Is indeed that N1 a placeholder spot where in the 2 years of alignment, we're going to be moving forward to something more similar to R17 or an N2 somewhere classification or not? Because I think that is literally the crux of everything we should be doing over this and the next 2 months, which essentially is setting the precedent for what, now that we've got all this stuff here, what the expectation the community area planning process is going to have. And then finally, I cannot agree more, as I've been a broken record for 5 years on what Renee said about the infrastructure investments. The community area planning is the time by which all those things that we defined as the subcategories of infrastructure, schools being one of them, but roads, everything like that, all that detailed data, policy kind of, mapping back to what we have and what we require, all should head to the community to be able to sit down alongside that alignment look and say, here's where we're deficient. So I think we have a big opportunity. The problem is, I understand the magnitude of this work. It's a lot of work, everything I just said. So we've got to figure out how we're going to parse this out, or you're going to get in a spot where more and more colleagues are just unwilling to pass transactional things that come through, which would be a travesty because a lot of this work's on us, not the community who's coming out to build. So just points for you to consider.
All right. Any other questions? Hearing none, do I have a motion to close the
So
public
moved.
hearing?
Second.
Do we have a second? All in favor, please raise your hand. Anyone opposed? All right. Thank you. Our next agenda item is 33. It's petition 2022-133 by Paramount Development for approximately 18.4 acres located on the north and south side of Northlake Mall Drive, west of 77. It's in District 4, the current zoning, that's a community center, and it has mixed-use development optional. The staff does not recommend approval of this, and so we do have 4 speakers speaking in favor of this petition, but you'll have 10 minutes to do that. But before we go into the specifics of the rezoning with the staff presentation, earlier today, Mr. Winston, as Mayor Pro Tem, and I talked with Ms. Craig about Northlake Mall. I'm sure many of you have gotten emails like I have to say, what are we doing with Northlake Mall? How do we make sure that that mall is working well? And this petition will have some impact on what's going to be asked to be done around this. So what I've asked Ms. Craig to do is to develop staff options for the council, and I would hope that we would get those options, distribute them among all the council members, and refer it into the Transportation and Planning Committee for some feedback at our next joint meeting on committee assignments. Now, I say this because we all know that there is a difference as COVID has hit. Not to say that it's primarily COVID, but there are issues around how retail is going to be managed and acted upon. And so I think that this is a time that would combine both our planning processes around malls, much as you've seen with the work that Mr. Bakari did around the South Park area, and perhaps it's something that we ought to be thinking about in more of a general context for all of our malls and retail, and getting some advice around that item and what can go on. So with that, we'll hear a little bit more from the staff if they create some opportunities. And it can be just as well, you don't need to do anything. We should always have the do-nothing option, but I would like to see what we're doing that's consistent. I think Ms. Craig acknowledged that we have had ULI already do some of this work around some of the shopping centers, and is that something that would add value at Northlake? Or one idea is that. So I expect that we will be able to have some opportunities there. So with that, we will open up the zoning petition with this.
That's a quick question.
Oh, yes, please.
What type of work are we asking them to do?
Well, actually, we're looking at land use and retail.
Okay.
Okay, basically around that. And I think when you hear about this petition and why staff does not recommend approval, you'll see some of that integration of planning and use. Okay?
Mayor, can I?
Yes, Ms. Johnson?
I want to thank you for that conversation. I've also reached out to CMPD and the county commissioner, Powell, and I talked to Senator Marcus about this area yesterday. So I appreciate that, and this is something I think that all elected officials, there needs to be an all-hands-on-deck approach. You know, you hear people say this is the next Eastland Mall. Well, it doesn't have to be. We can be very intentional and deliberate about resources for that area. So I appreciate that conversation. I've also reached out to our ED department if there's any assistance for that mall. So I look forward to some intentionality around Northlake Mall, because it doesn't have to be. I don't believe that it's the next Eastland Mall.
Oh, my
I'm
God.
happy to see, well, years ago, you know, the development. We know there's I think a Porsche Maserati dealership that was approved last year, and there's some higher end apartments. So just so the public knows, you know, Northlake is on mine as the district representatives, and you heard the mayor and the mayor pro tem talk about it. So I look forward to that discussion. Thank you.
And I think, Ms. Johnson, there's a lot of short-term as well as long-term, and I think more as we can get that list of what that might be, we may be able to take some actions around it. But I really agree that every mall in this town has a different identity and a different way it works. And we're going to have to work with owners as well as people that understand what a mall is going to be, not this year, but what it's going to be in the next 5 or 10 years. I think Ms. Molina said that when we were talking about Eastland. She was like saying, let's not be back here in 10 years. So we want to figure these things out in a long-term kind of way. And I think that the planning staff will help us get a start on that. But I think welcoming some of those short-term reactions will really be very helpful. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to the staff for their presentation.
All right, thank you. 2022-133, that's about 18 and a half acres, as mentioned, located both on the south side and north side of Northlake Mall. You can see some vacant, undeveloped parcels there outlined in yellow where the petition is requesting development in both of those areas. It is currently zoned CC, which is a commercial center zoning designation. The proposed zoning is for MUD optional. The adopted place type is for regional activity center. around the mall. You can see most of that area identified in blue. The proposal is for, as mentioned, 2 development areas, Development Area A and B, and that would total out up to 603 multifamily dwelling units. Development Area A would contain up to 292, bless you. Development Area B would allow up to 311 dwelling units. Does request an optional provision to allow a limited amount of surface parking areas and maneuvering for parking to be located between the proposed structures in Northlake Mall within Development Area A. Also commits to restripe northbound through left turn lane to a terminating left turn lane since the north leg of that intersection is removed as part of the rezoning. Does provide an 8-foot planting strip and 8-foot sidewalk along Northlake Mall Drive. Also provides an internal network of sidewalks within each development area connecting to the proposed buildings. Out to the Northlake Mall Drive, does provide a pedestrian connection from Development Area B across Northlake Mall Drive to the future Dixon Branch Greenway. That's located to the north of Development Area B. You can see that area just kind of outlined in green. Also provides multiple publicly accessible pocket parks along the boundary of Development Area A as generally depicted on the rezoning plan. Each pocket park will be improved with seating, lighting, hardscape, and landscaping. Minimum of 9,000 square feet of publicly accessible pocket parks will be provided. Also, architectural standards have been incorporated into the project. Staff does not recommend approval of this petition in its current form. It is consistent with the Regional Activity Center place type. However, staff does have some significant concerns about the overall design of the project and how it interacts with the mall around it, as well as how it sets itself up to be part of a larger ongoing development of an activity center. Staff's concerned that either development area really doesn't create its own general place through its around it, such as the mall and some of those shops to the south. So that is why we're not supportive of it in current form, and we'll continue to work with the petitioner as we can to get some continued changes made and reevaluate our recommendation once those are completed and resubmitted to us. So with that, we'll turn it over to the petitioner and take any questions from there. Thank you.
All right, Mr. McVeigh.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of City Council, members of the Zoning Committee. Keith McVeigh with Moore Van Allen. We're assisting Paramount Development LLC with this petition, as Dave has outlined, at Northlake Mall. With me tonight is Tom Settle with Paramount Development, as well as Randy Goddard with Design Resource Group. He's our traffic engineer, and Paul Pinnell with Urban Design Partners, who is our land planner. I want to let Tom speak shortly for a few minutes before I go through the rest of the presentation to give you a little bit of background on Paramount Development and the kind of work they do. Tom?
Mr. Settle, thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Tom Settle. I'm a partner with Paramount Development. We're based in Sarasota, Florida. And about 5 years ago, it's been a long road. We, seeing the demise of America's malls, we made a decision, and seeing mall owners reposition those malls and reimagine those malls, rights, there's an overabundance of retail space. We're all familiar with the e-sales market, and of course COVID probably exacerbated that problem. But we made a conscious decision to foster relationships with many of the major mall owners around the country, and have evaluated sites really in all 4 corners of the country. We are actively in about the same place on 2 other malls, one in Madison, Wisconsin, and one in Albany, New York, not Albany, that's Georgia. Albany, New York, MSA. Many of these places are, the efforts are welcomed with open arms, because many communities where, smaller communities where you have regional malls, it's oftentimes the largest property tax payer. But they, in the case of Northlake Mall, it's good real estate. It's well positioned to hopefully, make a recovery. We're not the answer. Apartments aren't the answer, but it's proven to be part of the answer in many of these malls, and we think we can make a big difference in the success of the Northlake Mall.
Thank you, Tom. I'll quickly run through our presentation. As Dave mentioned, 2 parcels, part of Northlake Mall, one on the south side, one on the north side, currently zoned commercial center. Were part envisioned, just place type map wise, we are consistent with the regional activity center designation for the mall. This is the approved plan for the site, originally envisioned for a 4th anchor store at the rear of the site, and additional retail, hotel, and potential residential at the front parcel. And there's the square footages that were part of that. The proposal, as Dave mentioned, is to develop the front parcel with up to 312 multifamily units and then up to 292 multifamily units at the rear. We are aware of the staff concerns regarding the form of the development, and we are working on the form of the proposed plan for Development Area B to bring this building up toward this circulation road to create more of an edge. There was specific planning done here to bring buildings up to the edges of the ring road, as you see, and as well as to the edges of the main circulation aisles of the parking areas. Here's a blow up of that area. As Dave mentioned, we do have sidewalk connections that will connect the multifamily piece to the mall and to the outer ring retail in both 2 locations, enhanced pedestrian environment around that. We did work with, or we did try, one of the comments of the staff was to try to extend Center Lake Drive through the multifamily to connect to the mall. But one of the things that Tom and his company has to work with are the existing tenants at the mall themselves. They're part of the mall. They're part of the success of the mall, continued success of the mall. They're excited and they're comfortable or willing to allow these portions of the mall that are now not utilized at all to be redeveloped with multifamily communities. But they have concerns or ways they want to see that done. And for Development Area A, one of the main parameters was a view shed. From this anchor tenant, they still want visibility of their store as you enter the mall from W.T. Harris. So one of their requirements to Paramount was you need to please maintain or keep a view shed here. That keeps that and the other planning requirements of having enough parking for the residents in convenient location to the residential buildings keeps the developer from organizing these buildings along a central spine road. We're not able to do that and get approval of the mall anchor tenants to allow the development of the site. We will work to address the staff's concern in Development Area B. But as I mentioned, we were conscious and we did a concentrated effort to really locate the buildings along the ring road so they form an edge, and then these main circulation aisles, and then bolster that with pedestrian environment or sidewalks and street trees, and we can add lighting to make these connections between the elements in the mall possible. In terms of the rear parcel, as I mentioned, we originally did not have buildings up on the ring road. That was a staff concern. We redesigned. Paramount went back to the drawing board and redesigned to bring these buildings up to the ring road, and we are now looking to move this building up to this main circulation aisle. We have also worked with County Parks and Rec. There is a future greenway behind us, Dixon Branch Greenway, which the county is currently building a portion of it. Well, let me back up. I'm going to back up a couple of slides. There actually greenway is already under construction here and ties this way. It's actually part of the Long Creek Greenway, which will actually have pedestrian access or greenway access from the mall all the way to Oakdale Road, and that's currently under construction by the county. So one of the commitments the petitioner made was to work with the mall owner to see if they could secure some property here that they could donate to the county as an easement to make that last connection between the mall itself and the Dixon Branch Greenway, that then provides future access all the way to Oakdale, and eventually, when the Long Creek Greenway is fully built by the county, all the way to Whitewater Center. So we are making changes to address some of the staff comments. The other comments were regarding gates on the driveways. Because we are part of a mall and there are retail tenants here, there is a need for the Paramount to be able to gate their access points in the evening to make sure that the parking for the residents is available for the residents and is not used by the retail shoppers. So having gates on the driveways is important for that fact. They actually will remain open during the day. The gates actually close in the evening when the management company, the property manager is no longer there and the residents are back home, the gates close. But during the day, they will remain open. There is a request to allow fencing around the site. There's a perception of security issues at Northlake Mall. So there's an option to have fencing around the perimeter of these multifamily communities, again, to help the developer address questions of security. When this gets ready to be developed, that's something that the developer can evaluate at that time. But we do want to have the right to have the gates. The gates, even the gates in the fencing around the site would remain open during the daytime hours and again, really would close at the end of the day. So trying to address those issues, Paramount did try to lay this site out in a way that the staff liked, but between the mall's requirement for a view shed and the other site restraints in terms of proximity of buildings to parking and layout, this was really what we could do and had to design the site to do. But again, being mindful of how we located the buildings to create that pedestrian environment. We're happy to answer questions.
All right, I have Ms. Mayfield and then Ms. Johnson.
Thank you. Question for the petitioner. Is the proposal for this development mixed income workforce? Would the workers of the mall be able to live at this development?
These will be market rate
Or market
apartments, and so they'll be affordable to folks in the area. Market rate for this area of Mecklenburg County, City of Charlotte. There is not a specific workforce housing commitment beyond. There's not a specific commitment at this time.
So I hope the petitioners are hearing the conversation that we are having around this dais and that we're having regarding the type of city, because creating another product that only a limited number of people, one, it's not good business because you're going to have vacancies. So trying to create something better on the front end, but I'm more concerned with the fact that our Charlotte Water has already identified that Charlotte Water currently does not have sanitary sewer system accessible for the rezoning boundary, and it's under review. The closest gravity sewer main is approximately 135 feet west of the rezoning boundary at Northlake Center. Staff, help me understand, outside of the concerns that you have, why this is not a leading concern if we know that in this area and near this area, we are having sanitation capacity issues.
So they didn't make a comment on the capacity being an issue. They made a comment on the accessibility of it, meaning where it's located. So there's not a line directly on this site. So the closest place they could tie into the existing sanitary sewer system is 135 feet away, and they'll have to provide their own connection at their own expense to the Charlotte water system. So there's not a capacity concern that they've raised. It's just an issue that there's not an actual line at this site, and they'd have to bring it in from 135 feet away.
So you're absolutely right. What this is stating is the fact that the sewer is not accessible. In separate conversations, we are having conversations where we do not have capacity. That is a broader conversation which is connected, in my opinion, when we are approving multiple projects. Because again, having access to it, whether they pay for it or not, what is that potentially going to do on the strain that we are already experiencing when we have projects that were approved back in 2017, 18, and 19 that haven't moved forward because they don't have access or capacity. So that is where it will be helpful when these are coming before us, knowing that staff isn't necessarily saying, yes, council, you need to approve this. You share when you have specific concerns, which you did, and I appreciate, but it will be helpful to have additional information regarding capacity level along with sewer accessibility, because just saying we could throw a little money at it to connect it, if that's going to cause a backup a half mile down or a mile and a half down in a residential neighborhood because how we allowed them to tap in to the sewer system, that's a major challenge. So it will be helpful to try to get that information. Again, for the petitioners, I am concerned with any project, especially in today's market, that is coming before us that clearly on the front end, because some of your developer counterparts have figured out how to do it without having to have a council member encourage you to make sure that your workers can afford to live in a certain product. Because again, if our workers cannot live in our city, we are going to have a challenge, and we don't need to be that city where we're seeing mass exodus because our workers cannot afford to live here. You have an option on the front end to figure out what type of project you want to develop. Council has an option to figure out how it's going to vote. Thank you. Add something, please.
I just want to make sure that we are not at the public hearing asking the petitioner something that we should be limiting our request in by law.
Oh, that wasn't a request, that was a statement.
Okay.
It was a very clear distinction.
We just have to be very careful with the request that we make at the dais.
That was not a request. Get that in the minutes. That was a statement, not a request.
All right, Ms. Johnson?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Mayfield. That was going to be my question about the water, the Charlotte water comment. But again, it just speaks to to the theme of the night about the infrastructure and capacity in the city. If there is any way, first of all, the infrastructure meeting that we have, do we have an update of when we'll get some information, Madam Mayor? Do you know?
I don't have any information about it.
Okay. If we could get that from the city manager, an update on our concerns regarding the infrastructure. I also want to know from Mr. Petton, Councilmember Mayfield mentioned petitions that have been approved, that have not been, that aren't completed yet, and that may have some impact or burden on our current water or current infrastructure. Is there a program that you can give to council or put the numbers in, or something that we can capture all of the approved petitions and what the city would look like today if everything were captured, if everything were billed that we've approved? What would that impact look like on our stormwater, per se? Let's take it one thing at a time on the stormwater. And then that way, because one of the things that I want to avoid in my term on council is that term unintended consequences. So, because some things are foreseeable. So if we could have information on the impact of our decisions thus far, then I think that would help to inform us for making future decisions. So is there a program where we could measure all of the current approvals and maybe the pending petitions through a certain date? And then we would know if we truly had the capacity for water or stormwater, or if there's an alert or something that we should be considering in certain areas.
Not that I'm aware of. I mean, Charlotte Water does evaluate rezoning petitions, and we do get comments from them, and they do typically comment if there is a capacity concern, even if there's both a capacity concern and there's lack of accessibility. So they didn't comment on capacity in this regard. And project won't get permits, whether it's by right or through rezoning, without adequate capacity from Charlotte Water. So even if a by right project that doesn't come through this legislative process doesn't have capacity to be served, they won't get a permit to construct a by right project, same as it would be for a rezoning that then becomes by right later. So in that sense, they are looking at that from a capacity standpoint, and they do they are aware of those pending petitions and they are aware of rezoning petitions, but is there an output that could be created to capture every development project in the city? Not that I'm aware of, no.
So are we subtracting the approved units every month from the growth projections? That's my question.
I mean,
So I sent that to Angela Charles on the couple of weeks ago. That's my question for the record. Are we, in the water department, subtracting the approved units that we approve every month from the growth projections? Yeah. And are we considering the cumulative impact of this development throughout the city on our stormwater and sewer if necessary?
And that went to Ms. Charles for a
Yes.
response. So,
Yes, but I'm putting it on the, I think we as a council need that answer
From staff.
from staff.
Yeah, and if you reached out to it sounds like you reached out to the right individual, and that'd be the follow-up would have to come from them.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Mr. McVeigh, you mentioned a word that you mentioned, the form of the development. I think that's, Mr. Patton, you can correct me if I'm wrong. This seems like the gap that we're trying to bridge right here. My understanding, Ms. Patton, is that the function, multifamily housing, is something that we think could work here, but currently the way this development is drawn up, particularly the walls, gates, and the kind of disposition of parking as it relates to the larger area, don't provide the type of form that we want to see there. Is that kind of correct?
Yeah, I think that's a good overall statement. I think generally our focus has been how do we get the project to integrate itself more to what's going to be the activity center, not just the mall today, but what's going to be there 5, 10, 15 years from now. And, project like this we thought could benefit from, I know they talked about not being able to bring that road through in some shape or form. I think there's some opportunities for us to consider, other outcomes for the project that are residential, but maybe have a mixed-use component to those as well. You could create a little bit better street network that starts to build out what could be a future activity center around the mall, similar to like what we have around some of our other activity centers in South Park and others. It just really feels like we're taking an apartment project and just kind of dropping it in to the parcels around the mall rather than working it and integrating it fully into what could be there today and then what could continue to happen around the mall, over the next 10 or 15, 20 years. So that's I think our challenge is, I know they have constraints working with the mall as a stakeholder in all this, but I think our desire would be to see more of a street network built in. Maybe there's ground floor retail and residential above. There could be some other opportunities to create a pretty usable urban space here versus more of just a kind of a general apartment layout that doesn't interact much with, the uses around it other than some sidewalk connections that are, going to be fenced and potentially gated off at certain times of the day and night. So that's, I think, our biggest concern with it, yeah.
Yeah, I think we talked about, as the mayor said, we were talking about this earlier in our agenda review. We talked about, which is why we kind of got to the point, hey, well, this might be a bigger policy kind of consideration as we're thinking about the future of how certain parts of the city, small areas within small areas, kind of develop. Mr. McVeigh and Mr. Settle.
Yes, sir.
I think that's something that we should really consider here. I understand, I'm no architect, I'm no builder or anything, but I know you look at things in forms and functions, right? And as Mr. Settle said, apartments and housing, as we're dealing with this very disruptive time in retail, I think there's definitely an economic function of putting housing close to retail, right? These are some of the goals that we have in terms of quality of life, how can the form of how we build neighborhoods, right? The ability for residents to get to things really quickly. This could be a mutual benefit. Well, I think, specifically at this mall, I think, we'd be remiss if we didn't talk about not just the feeling of public safety, but the actual public safety concerns that are happening there, and some of the solutions that I think are common. Some are common sense, and some are, when you listen to the experts, right? Part of the function of the form of multifamily housing is actually more people around, right? So that you create more of a crowded environment, more congestion, if you might say, of life. More eyes on the streets, more eyes on stores, more eyes on cars. So what I heard from staff is that there's a certain concern in the way this is formed that might, right now, these are my words, not theirs, might not do enough to take away from the public safety concerns. When you envelop more seas of parking within larger seas of parking, that's kind of what we're trying to alleviate at a place like this. If you look at some of the incidents that have happened, yes, some have happened in the mall, but a lot of them happen in these parking lots. And so what you need is kind of more people walking around, not more kind of segregating of uses. So I understand what you said as well. There might be other designs out there, but you have the concerns of the mall. So as we were dealing with one of the other, Trianon actually, I think Mr. Picard did a really good job of dealing with our staff, developer, but also the other neighbors that are two sets of neighbors actually that were there already. So I guess, is there something that we can do with the form here to get better functional outcomes? And also, I guess to anybody involved, really feels like the mall owners need to be part of these conversations and part of these negotiations, so that we are really kind of working with all hands on deck to get to the right functions.
I think we're happy to go back and look, and I know Tom and his designers have worked hard at that, and especially in terms of development area A. I would say that, we have, like I mentioned earlier, the ring road of the mall is one of the main elements, organizing elements of the mall, and we've done a lot to get these buildings up on the ring road. They're facing the ring road, they're part of that. The sidewalk that goes around the perimeter of this site is not a gated sidewalk. That sidewalk is open to the public at all times. The public will not be able to go through the site at the end of the day, maybe during working hours, yes, but not at the end of the day when the gates are closed.
I think that's the problem. I think that's part of the issue, is that it creates an island that segregates the use of the space. That it would be a better form of function, even for the folks that are living there. You got these restaurants on the other side, all these other uses. How are people going to walk there if these places are cut off?
For the residents, it's they're in the middle, so it's a short distance either way for them, and there's plenty of pedestrian infrastructure to make that connection. Dragging a street through the middle of the site and adding non-residential uses in an area that has too many retail uses, and we're trying to add more other uses to keep the area, let the area evolve, let the mall evolve, take advantage of the infrastructure improvements that have already been made in this area, both in roadways, which the mall made a lot of improvements, the city and the state made a lot of improvements. These are two puzzle pieces of a large piece of property. Like I mentioned earlier, we looked at, and Paramount looked at ways to arranging this differently, but between what's being asked of them by other parties and what they have to provide to make sure they can rent apartments, this is what we can do here. We can do more here. And again, these are isolated pieces. This piece is, other than the ring road, what does it orient to? It orients to the mall, and we are providing connections to the mall entrances from this site. This building will be brought up to the street. So we'll bring this building up to the street, so we'll have hard edges on the main circulation areas. This is a service drive to the back of us, of the mall, no access here, and this site is actually at a higher elevation than this site. So the connectivity to the mall is here, the connectivity to the ring road is here, connectivity to the greenway is being provided here. We've done as much as you can do with this site. I think the issues for the staff are more on this site, but the other elements or the other factors, the view shed, the requirement to have parking that's in close proximity to the residents of the community leads us here. We do try to create this edge, and then that lets future redevelopment also address this edge, and then this becomes the main circulation aisle for the elements of this site as it develops over time. As these parking lots go away and become something more, the ring road is the organizing element. We're trying to address it. Could we do more other things? Yes, but at this point in time, this is what we can do to continue to let the mall evolve, invest in the area, bring more residents, to your point, more eyes to the facility, more eyes to the parking lot. That's good for the long-term benefit of the mall. It's, as Tom said, it's part of the solution, not the only solution. We'll continue to work on it. Tom, I don't know what else you
Can I put a word in for moms that have toddlers that might want to go over for coffee in the mall, and they'd have to cross all that asphalt? There's the pathways that, sometimes we forget about families, and it's 312 units. And families need more opportunity to circulate with their children, and to be able to actually just congregate. And we're trying to create this gathering space, and you want a safe mall, because the more people that sit out in the, mall and have restaurants and hospitality opportunities, that's going to be better. But I think it still looks like a lot of asphalt and little connectivity with an apartment complex that could perhaps actually really engage and create something, because there's no gathering space that I can see except the pool maybe.
Well, we did.
And the mall. So it's not even, I'm not asking you to really explain it again. I understand it. I just think that sometimes I don't know the demographic, but I think that any place that we build ought to take into account families with kids.
Yes, ma'am.
Or any place that you build, because I'm not building a thing. Okay? Thank you,
Neither am
Mr.
I.
Settle.
Tom is.
But you remember when South Park came up and the whole sidewalk circulating so that we could connect and and so there's some chances here, some opportunities.
We'll look again.
I would say that I think there's more that we can do. I think you mentioned that you've done all you can already, and I think that there's more that we can do. I think that's what staff is saying as well. So I think this is, the function is what I would like to see. But I would, again, understanding that this particular place has significant community interests and community challenges right now, we want to deal with that in a way that is thoughtful and provides a forum to deal with the issues at hand. And we do think that this is part of the solution. I think that this is part of the solution. I'll speak for myself. But we got to get it right. And just listening to staff and the concerns, I don't disagree with their concerns. And I'd like to work to get to a place that really does provide solutions.
Yes, sir.
All right, we're going to have our last comment from Mr. Bakari.
Thank you. I think you've heard a lot of good feedback, Dave and staff. I think the only thing I would leave you with over the next month, and as it comes back to us, two things. One, I think it's important that we separate our macro responsibility of public safety and infrastructure, which is definite and material and big, again, from the transactional moments where someone's coming to do something. And then two, I think all the points are valid, but at the same time, I think we need to recognize at a point in time where people in the private sector are closing their doors there because of the aforementioned issues, we have someone willing to come in and invest. And I think we have to contemplate that.
All right. Do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved. Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Move on to item number 34, rezoning petition 2022-152 by Vinroy Reed on approximately .87 acres on the southeast side of Charmack Lane, north of Monroe Road and east of North Wendover Road in Council District 5, Ms. Molina's district. The current zoning is R5 single family residential and O2 office. The proposed zoning is B2 general business. Staff does not recommend approval of this petition in its current form. So after staff's presentation, the petitioner will have 10 minutes. Before I start, I have one speaker against and one speaker for. Okay. We'll have 10 minutes. The presenter will have 10 minutes, and opposition community will also have 10 minutes to present.
Great. All right. 2022, 152.87 acres, just at the end of Charmack Lane, which is off of Monroe Road, just right near the intersection there with North Wendover Road. Current zoning is O2 and R5. You can see R5 is that small little yellow portion on the back of the properties. Proposed zoning is for B2 conventional. The adopted place type from the policy map does call for this to be a neighborhood center. As mentioned, staff does not recommend approval of this petition in its current form. Some of the things we would consider would be a potential B2 conditional district, which would limit some auto-oriented uses such as gas stations and others, as well as maybe some design commitments for building location, orientation, et cetera. Another alternative would be for a conventional request to the neighborhood center district, which would be a UDO district. We could work through that in June if that would be something the petitioner would consider as well. That would be something we could take forward once the UDO comes into effect in June. But based on either of those outcomes that would be preferred from staff, just a B2 conventional is something we do struggle a bit with, particularly given the neighborhood center place type. Generally, policy is to not encourage new areas of just standard commercial or commercial place type, which this would translate to as a B2 district. But again, with some potential conditions or a conversion to just a neighborhood center zoning district, we may be able to work through some of those, but certainly respect the petitioner's request at this time for just a B2 conventional, and we'll take any questions you guys may have after presentations by the petitioner and the community. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a speaker for Vinroy Reed. You have 10 minutes to present.
Me?
Vinroy Reed. No, first we have the speaker, speaker for. So the petitioner.
I'm against, I'm sorry.
The petitioner gets to present first.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the good work you're doing. Well, as you know, Mama's Caribbean Grill, we are trying to open a second location that really highlight community and culture. I have this piece of property, was approached a lot of time to turn it into apartments, townhomes, but I want to make certain that this property, without any changes from its current density, be something to serve the community in a cultural and uplifting way. So I am petitioning to get a B2 with some condition to deal with the service station or the mechanic shops. Anything that would, create any issue with the neighbors. I went to a neighborhood meeting last week, Tuesday, brought some good food. The neighbor came out, they enjoyed themselves. Any question and concern they asked me, they were very pleased with my proposal to really invest in the community and to keep a piece of property that's been there for over 100 years, that I'm going to preserve that building and the surrounding areas of that building to really serve my community in a very uplifting capacity.
Thank you. All right. Now we have a speaker against Stuart Flegel. Legal. You also have 10 minutes, if you so wish.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk to the council and the staff. I really do appreciate that. My wife and I have owned the property at 4229 Monroe Road since 1978, and we are about 40 yards from Charmack Lane, where you're proposing to make the changes there. I also have my business, which is Flegel Uniform and Image Apparel, that is in the back, part of our property there. And I understand wanting to change the zoning from O2 to B2 and to downgrade like that, because I basically did that on our property over 30 years ago. And the Planning Commission, in their infinite wisdom, said that we always want to have a buffer between business and residential and multifamily. And I needed to increase the size of our building, and they said, we want to support you in that, but we want to have a buffer. And if you'll be able to fit into the property, if we give you 100 feet, and to have a buffer of 100 feet, then we could help support that. And part of that agreement was going to be that we put in a privacy fence and to put in full landscaping across the back of that privacy fence that included maple trees, cedar trees, shrubbery, etc. Because one day, 30 years from now, the multifamily may be developed. Well, lo and behold, that's exactly what's happening. And we are hopeful that Monroe Road is going to be the next south end of Charlotte. And as we go to multi-story buildings and people are looking out over the back there, we want them to see the greenscape that Charlotte is famous for. And the Planning Commission was absolutely right in having us put in those privacy features and the landscaping. And I don't see anything in the proposal that really addresses that. But more importantly, the city just took 20 feet of our property across the front for the widening of Monroe Road. And I asked them at the time, is there going to be an upgraded intersection where Charmack Lane and McElway come together? And they told me that that is not in the plans, but it could be done in the future. Now, if we're going to increase the traffic on Monroe Road by 50%, because now there's 2 lanes of traffic, and now we're proposing to go to 3 lanes of traffic, that's a concern, because 2 of my employees have been injured pulling out of our property on Monroe Road into Monroe Road and being hit accordingly. If we increase the traffic flow by 50% without doing anything else, how can we possibly consider adding more traffic on a non-dedicated street like Charmack Lane? And I've been in this neighborhood for over 40 years. And Charmack Lane, I encourage you to go down and take a look at it. It's basically a 1-lane road, and there's a house back there. And if you understand, the petitioner wants to put in a restaurant, and I absolutely would be all in favor of more restaurants on Monroe Road. But it needs to be in an area where there's enough infrastructure that will support it. Because when you watch people trying to get across Charmack Lane to the other side where McElway is, and if you go back out there, you'll see what I'm talking about, they have to time their scooting across between 2 traffic lights, and it's an accident waiting to happen. So in addition to my employees that have gotten injured, I'm doubly concerned about safety. One of my tenants in the front of the building has about 100 students doing sports training there. And their ages 8 to 18, and I understand that about 25 of them got a college scholarship last year. So we've got more of these students coming in at the worst possible time, because it's after school, from 4 to 7. We've got all these people coming. And 40 yards away, how are we going to have the increase of maybe as much as 500% more traffic, but this is residential and one little office. So I'm not sure how that's going to work, and more importantly, I don't think it's safe at all, and I think it's a major concern. In addition to that, when the attorney did the title search on our property, he said, I can't find any problems, but I want to keep digging. And he went back further and found that there was attached to a deed on page 12, wherever it was, there was a right-of-way where the city had, in its wisdom, just like they were wise in having me put in privacy and landscaping, had put in a right-of-way so that if that land was developed for multifamily, that they could have an outlet to be able to get onto Monroe Road. This right-of-way, as I understand it, runs behind my building, and guess what? It dead ends into Charmek Lane. So my concern is I understand that we want Monroe Road to be the next south end, and I'm all in favor of that, believe me. But make it safe, make it pretty, and make people want to invest in multi-story buildings. When they were rezoning the land in back of me, Colin, I don't know whether you remember this or not, but you spoke at the Common Market, and you said that the future of Monroe Road is going to be more multi-story buildings, maybe retail on the bottom and offices on top. And if so, I want them to have something nice to look at, but more importantly, I want Monroe Road to be safe until we get to the point that you can justify putting in a full traffic light there, and you can justify making Charmek Lane a dedicated street. Right now, there's no sidewalk. There's no curb and gutter. Why not have pedestrian-friendly sidewalks that go all the way back to the multifamily and give them access to hopefully will be more restaurants and more shopping along Monroe Road. And I hope that you will keep in mind about the right-of-way that's there, because if this change is made and the city wants to implement the right-of-way, I don't know how all that works. That's over my head. These guys can probably tell you, but it's a potential for more wrecks, and I don't want any of those children injured. And I really appreciate your consideration, keeping Monroe Road safe, and let's make it the next south end. That would be fantastic. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Flegel. Mr. Reed, you have a 2-minute rebuttal if you like.
Pardon me?
Mr. Reed has a 2-minute rebuttal, 2 minutes to rebuttal if you would like to use it.
Well, I've been owning this property going on 10 years. And one thing I always do is to know my neighbors. And so going to that neighborhood meeting was a way to really make certain if I miss anyone, and if anyone have any question or concern, they would actually make that known then. It's my first time seeing you, sir, and I would definitely like to come and really talk with you about what I'm trying to do with my piece of property. Like I said, I'm from a country with great aspiration to share my culture. My restaurant been sitting on Central in the Plaza Midwood going on 20 years. And so, you know, the things what I'm trying to do with who I am and what I own is to really benefit my community in which I live. So I would love the opportunity to do the things that I do. For 6 years, I have my Jerk Festival in that location. There has not been any incident. I don't think my restaurant would become a threat to the neighborhood. I do think that Charmek wouldn't even be known if I did not plan to have a restaurant there. It's a road that is isolated from Monroe Road. It looked like a driveway. Okay, so I don't understand. There's stoplights before you get to Monroe Road. There's like a four-way stoplight. You know, S&H Lumber been sitting there empty, right? I am trying to bring safety and awareness to the east side that we are a mixed culture district, and I'm just trying to add my flavor to it. So again, I'm asking you for your consideration to let me help my community grow. Thank you.
Ms. Watlington?
Thank you. A couple of questions for Mr. Reed.
Yes.
I see here in the note, how you doing?
Good, good.
Okay. I see here in the notes that the petition proposes uses that are permitted both by right and with the B2 General Business Zoning District. I may have missed it, but can you help me understand why you're pursuing a rezoning if what you would like to use it for is already permitted?
Because in the new zoning district, it really limit, outdoor activities. And so, I'm trying to do stuff that really, showcase what my vision is for, what our vision for this space is. And just talking with David, we talk about putting in some provision to really deal with some of the concern, like gas station and having garages and all that. So that's something that we could add into that provision, because my intention is to, whatever I do in that community is to really help that community better.
So point of clarification, are you talking, because I see here the petition proposes uses that are both permitted by right or under prescribed conditions.
So what's being proposed would be by right or under prescribed conditions under B2. Not under, so what he's proposing is to use the property for anything under the B2 zoning district, and that's why it says it in that way.
I see. Okay, so it's not permitted in O2.
Right.
It's not, yeah, okay,
Yeah,
gotcha.
so the petition's proposing those uses, all those uses in B2.
I gotcha.
Okay.
Okay, and then as a follow-up then, are you open to the conditional B2?
Sure.
Okay, those are my questions. It sounds like there's still an opportunity to get aligned on where you could potentially go with this. Okay, thanks.
All right, thank you.
Any further questions or
Move
comments?
to close the hearing.
Second.
Any comment on that? Hearing none. All in favor of closing the public hearing, raise your hand. Any opposed? Seeing none, that's unanimous. We will move on to item number 35, rezoning petition 2022-091 by Tim Pratt, Copper Builders LLC, for approximately 1.53 acres located on the south side of Linwood Drive, west of Sterling Road and north of Ridgewood Avenue in Council District 6, Mr. Bakari's district. The current zoning is R17 multifamily residential, and the proposed zoning is UR2 urban residential conditional. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation, building design, and environment, in addition to requested technical revisions. This item does have a speaker from the community against, so after staff's presentation, the petitioner will have 10 minutes.
All right, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. 2022-091, 1.5 acres on Linwood Drive. It is currently zoned R17, and it is proposed to be rezoned to UR2 conditional. Adopted place type does call for neighborhood 2 in this area, so the petition would be considered consistent with that place type. The proposal is for up to 21 single-family attached townhome units. Building height would be 40 feet, and then up to a maximum of 45 as measured to the peak of the roof. Does commit to 400 square feet of private open space for each individual unit. 2-car garages also for each unit, and then units with direct frontage along Linwood Drive will be rear-loaded, and all other units would be front-loaded. Access would come from 2 ingress and egress driveways off Linwood. You can see those with the red arrows. Along Linwood Drive, petitioner would also provide 8 reverse angle visitor parking spaces. The petitioner will coordinate with CDOT on all appropriate signage for the reverse angle parking. Does commit to install an 8-foot sidewalk and 8-foot planting strip along the site's frontage. And then also, along adjacent property boundaries, petitioner will provide evergreen landscape screening with a 6-foot wooden privacy fence. Lighting fixtures would be full cutoff with a maximum height of 20 feet. Architectural details for primary building materials, blank wall provisions, raised residential entrances, individual walkways, for units fronting Linwood Drive have all been incorporated as well, and then also dedicates a minimum of 15% of the site to tree save, along with some other potential locations of individual trees being potentially preserved throughout the site. As mentioned, staff does recommend approval of this petition to have some outstanding issues for transportation, site and building design and environment to work through. As mentioned, is consistent with the policy map recommendation for Neighborhood 2, and we will take any questions following presentations by both parties. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaking for the petitioner, Paul Pennell. Mr. Pennell, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Paul Pennell with Urban Design Partners, representing Copper Builders, the petitioner on this site. We have a presentation. Dave, thank you for your presentation, your always thorough presentation on these. Oh, what happened to it? There we go. Again, Paul Pennell with Urban Design Partners, representing the petitioner Copper Builders for Linwood Townhomes, rezoning petition 2022-091 along Linwood Avenue, approximately 1.58 acres for 21 residential townhome units. Again, the site is just south of Linwood Drive. It's just to the east of Little Sugar Creek Greenway in the Myers Park community here in Charlotte. Currently today, the community has 18 townhomes on site, including 18 public parking spaces that are oriented in a 90-degree fashion along Linwood Avenue. And also there's approximately 12 surface parking spaces on site as well. As you can see, there is a tree canopy on site, and we are looking to preserve a majority of the trees on site. We can get into a little bit more detail on that as we progress through our presentation. The site today is zoned R17MF. Within the 2040 plan, the proposed land use is N2. The petitioner, Copper Builders, would like to proceed with a petition for townhomes on site. The townhomes would include 3-story units with 2-car garages in each unit. The 90-degree parking that's directly adjacent to the site, which has been a concern of the public since we began working with them back in August, would need to be reconfigured. So today there's 18 90-degree parking spaces. Current policy with CDOT does not support 90-degree parking within a public right-of-way. So we originally were requested to provide parallel parking along Linwood Drive, and working with the community to maximize the total number of parking spaces on site for public use and to arrive at a creative solution with CDOT, we were able to work with CDOT in arriving at a reverse angle parking condition, much like what you see in the Plaza Midwood community here in Charlotte. We have oriented all of our tree save in pockets where existing trees are on site. There are a lot of trees on site as well. We have gone through multiple iterations of site planning, working with the community and staff to orient the townhomes that are being proposed in a way that can protect and maintain those trees on site as well. There are some pines, there are some sweet gums on site. Those are preferably going away. We are looking to protect the majority of the larger oaks and crepe myrtles on site, as well as the existing crepe myrtles that are found along Linwood Drive. The trees that you see, core of the site, have actually been surveyed, and they are representative of the actual size of what they are today. Within our development conditions, we go beyond just the 15% tree save that's required for all petitions in the city of Charlotte. We go in and describe some additional commitments that we're making to protect the existing trees on site during construction, including working with an arborist and including some root pruning that could potentially occur on site, some mycorrhiza treatments, which is basically a fungal treatment to help the tree roots as they get stressed during construction, to help maintain the health of those trees. So there's definitely some things that we're going above and beyond. In addition, for all trees that we're stating within the zoning petition that we are keeping, if we were to lose any of those trees will be replaced at a rate of 1 caliper inch per every 2 inches of existing tree that's lost. So there's some real commitment here to make sure that we maintain that tree canopy coverage that's there today. So if something does get lost, hopefully in the future, we can potentially create some additional canopy coverage as well. Also, there has been a lot of concern around stormwater runoff from this site. It has been in the forefront of every single community meeting that we have had here. This particular site, if it were to be redeveloped, would follow a stormwater ordinance from 1980. Essentially, it would be required to detain all new impervious area in addition to the existing impervious area that's on site today. The petitioner has agreed to detain all impervious area on site, the existing and the proposed, for the 2 and 10-year peak. So stormwater is a concern at this location, and they are willing to go above and beyond to assist in those concerns of the neighbors. This is a pretty substantial development condition and something that they're wanting to provide within this petition. FMK Architects, which is a local architect, has been working with Copper Builders. I think we're all familiar with Copper Builders, a very well-known builder here in town, working on a modern Tudor-style townhome. These are some aspirational images of the types of architectural design that they would like to proceed with here. And we do have a conceptual architectural elevation of the 3-story unit types that we would like to pursue here. I think it's a very modern, classic, timeless look. I'm not an architect. I wish FMK was here to discuss these elevations here today, but we do think that the design of these townhomes will fit into the community quite nicely. And with that, I would like to open it up to any questions after opposition has had an opportunity to speak their concerns.
Thank you very much. Darrell McCollum, you have 10 minutes once you get up to the lectern.
First of all, thanks for having us all here tonight to discuss this. I know you guys are doing a lot and probably not getting thanked for it, so thank you. I have some pictures that I only made 4 copies. I apologize, so I'm hoping y'all can pass those around while I'm talking. I also would like to go back to the schematic that showed the layout of the units, and I would just like that to be up there for a moment. Yes, this one. First of all, my name is Darrell McCollum, and thank you. I own 1956 investor. I'm a long-term investor. I'm opposed to this infill development for 3 main reasons. Parking. In 2022, Experian Automotive and the U.S. Census Bureau said the average family owns 2.28 vehicles, and 35% of American households own 3 cars or more. What is the impact? This means that for the 21 units that are proposed for this area, there will be an extra 7 cars that will have to park outside this development. 21 times 1.35, you get 7.35 cars. I'm also assuming that the garages are side by side and that they're 20 feet wide, 20 feet deep, which will allow for the cars to come in. If you look at this area, you notice that the garages back up straight to the sidewalk, which backs up straight to the street. As they said, 85% of this infill area is hardscapes. Why is that important? I'll get to it. Current street parking is congested in this area, and additional parking for nannies, people visiting, things of that nature, will impact Linwood's and Jameston's residences who don't have off-street parking. You might say, why is that? In the 50s and the 60s, when this neighborhood was built, and if you were to do a bigger scope, there are maybe 50 to 75 similar residences. So in the 50s and 60s, the average number of people who had a car, 57% had 1 car. So the need for off-street parking was not as important. Car ownership has changed in the last 60 years, which now this is a big impact in this area, so adding more cars will be detrimental to the current residences that live there. My next concern, runoff.
Although it was said that the guidelines would comply, I think, with the 1980 guidelines, we all know that once the builder has finished driving that nail and has left the site, any runoff issues relate to the existing owner and the new owner. It then becomes their problem. My concern, and if you look at the pictures, we already have known issues. The developer knows it, I know it, now y'all know it. Flooded crawl spaces, water standing in the front yard, water covering sidewalks is really not beneficial to your neighborhood. So the potential, and again, I've owned this building for over 25 years, this has worsened as continued development, as continued tree removal has happened. It has gotten worse. My fear, it will even become even more worse, which is a bad term. Water from the downspouts and the patios are going to be angled and elevated, and sidewalks to divert the water from the foundations to do it to the ground. If that then proceeds on, and I want to highlight, if you look at these units, 1 through 4, in order to put in some additional treescaping along the side between Scotland Colony and this proposed infill, they squished, if you will, the patios of these units. So if you notice, the lines don't match up with the physical line of the property. It means that all they did was just elongated the patio. So if you look, there is almost a continuous hardscape of concrete that is going to be angled away from the units down to Scotland Colony to go down through the field. And again, once construction ends, what is being done to ensure and prevent runoff from worsening, and what contingencies are in place to ensure that the development prevents runoff as they have promised? My third concern, the number of units. Why 21? It's to maximize the profits of the investors and the developers. It's not a concern for us to improve our neighborhood. It is a detriment to our neighborhood. And again, we pointed out the patios, and I think Councilwoman Mitchell said unintended consequences. This is what we can see with patios not matching up to the property of that building. The question is, what other unintended consequences from this overdeveloped area are not known right now? If you notice, again, garage door, sidewalk. What is the potential for someone walking down that sidewalk, not hearing the garage door opening, running into the back of a car? It seems awfully close. I would not want to live in that neighborhood. I would not want to build that neighborhood, and I don't know if y'all want to live in that type neighborhood. My request, can the number of units be mandated to be reduced to a more manageable and well-thought-out development? Maybe 17. They indicated that there were 18 existing units. In all the discussions that I have had with them, it's been 17, going from 17 to 21. 17 800-square-foot units that are now going to 2 levels, possibly 3, with the height concerns that have been voiced by the city. So I question, is 21 really necessary? Maybe if they eliminated these 4, they then could put some parking within that development, and maybe they could put more trees. When they were saying that all of the treescape, I see this area here, and I saw a tree there and over there, but I don't see any ground that that tree actually has to grow, even though they said that they would maintain them, so I have to believe with them. Again, going back, if they eliminated this area, they could actually put in some berms and swells and maybe higher plantings that could actually divert the rainwater off of this down to the street to where it would go into a stormwater. Again, I don't understand conceptually how they can prevent the rainwater if it's under a patio that directs it downhill. While these 21 units will benefit the developer and the investors, it will negatively impact existing homeowners in the long term for issues that I have discussed. This high-dollar project, and again, I would speculate that each one of these 21 unit places will be selling for $1 million. So you're taking away something that currently, 250, 300, none of them have been condemned, I do not think. But yet you're tearing them down, which are affordable to a certain part of our population. I've heard repeatedly, affordability. Rents for a $300,000 property are a lot less than rents for a $1 million property. So I would question, by tearing down units and replacing them with units that are 3 times more valuable, who does that benefit? The investor, the builder, and probably the tax base that would be coming off of this. Before you're making your decision, please think about how this type of development does not fit into the existing neighborhood of 800 square foot structures with grassy front yards, grassy side yards, and grassy backyards. And again, if I had the picture that the developer showed, you saw sidewalks going down grass on each side, grass in the front, grass going back. That's all gone with concrete and sidewalks and garages. So even though it may be a pretty neighborhood, I would question its viability in fitting in with the current neighborhood.
Thank you, Mr. McCollum. If you have additional comments, you can email them to the clerk, and they'll be distributed to council members. Mr. Pennell, you have 2 minutes for a rebuttal.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'll try to address all of Darrell's concerns. We may need to get to them in the question portion. Regarding parking, there are 18 parking spaces along Linwood Avenue and approximately 12 parking spaces, surface parking spaces on site. Now, each townhome will have a 2-car garage in addition to 1 surface parking space for the mail kiosk and then the 8 public parking spaces. So net, when you compare the number of parking spaces that are there today, there's a net increase of parking of an additional 20 parking spaces from the current condition today. So we feel that this is an improvement. Also, as you know, Charlotte does not want to be a car-centric city. We are always trying to balance what is necessary and what is needed in all of our petitions. So we don't think it's prudent to have parking here for 3 parking spaces per unit. We just don't think that's necessary. Runoff, yes, today, the majority of the stormwater runoff from the site today does run downhill to the adjacent community. That will be resolved with redevelopment of this site, whether it's this conditional rezoning or if it's done through a by right into option. Stormwater will not run off. It will be collected with drains prior to leaving the site. There is no intention of using swales to run it off to Linwood Avenue. It will be collected on site. There are development conditions within the petition to detain all stormwater on site. So the ongoing stormwater conditions that they've had problems with for so many years will be resolved. Trees, we can talk a little bit more about trees during the question and answer portion of this. There are commitments to protect and save the trees that are on site. There are conditions for screening fencing, evergreen screening around the entire site. The patios that you're seeing are...
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I have a question that might be for Mr. Pettin, or it might, perhaps the petitioner can answer it. So you mentioned that there will be improvements for stormwater drainage. You also mentioned at the beginning of the presentation that the petitioner commits to providing 2 and 10-year peak control.
That is correct.
Can I get some explanation on that from either zoning or the petitioner, please?
So what that means is today, there are no requirements, there's no stormwater detention on site. There's no way to collect any of the stormwater. Typically, what you see in new redevelopment petitions and new land development projects that are introducing a lot of new impervious area, you detain stormwater, and there's also a quality component where you clean the stormwater, detain it, and then release it. In this particular instance, because it's an existing site and it's redevelopment, you basically take a calculation of the existing impervious area that's there today, the new impervious area, and then the difference between the two is what you're required to detain on site. In this particular instance, it's approximately 10,000 square feet, the difference between the impervious area that's there today versus the new impervious area that's being proposed. The petitioner, that's what would be required. The petitioner has agreed to detain all impervious area on site within this petition, and those commitments have been made within the development conditions to basically detain a 2-year storm event and a 10-year storm event. I'm not a civil engineer, so I can't go into detail about that, but I'm more than happy to provide some additional detail offline if you would like.
Thank you. I'd like to hear more from our staff offline to learn more about that, Mr. Pettin. And perhaps I don't know if that's something that we could.
Yeah, we'll pass that on to Stormwater and get some information from them.
But with all the, well, this is for my colleagues again, with all the concerns that we're talking about regarding stormwater, perhaps that's a change to a policy. If that's, and we can talk about that or we can get more information, but if that's above and beyond, I know I had a petition today where the neighbors had asked the developer to guarantee if there were a problem after the completion, what can be done. And the developer said, well, we'll commit to doing what's required by permitting. But this sounds like that it's above and beyond and what our residents would like to see more of. So thank you.
And Councilmember Johnson, there's one additional component I'd like to share here. With stormwater, there's options for that stormwater to be detained and sheet flow off. In this particular instance, it will be detained underground and then piped to existing jurisdictional stormwater infrastructure that's in Linwood. So all of that stormwater will be collected in drains, and then it won't be seen again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Motion to close? Oh, never mind. Oh, motion to close? Okay.
Second. Any discussion? All in favor of closing the public hearing? Any opposed? It's unanimous.
Thank you.
Move on to rezoning petition 2022-123 by Mungo Homes on approximately 39.02 acres located along the southwest side of Gibbon Road, east of Statesville Road, and south of Old Statesville Road in Council District 2, Mr. Graham's district. Current zoning is R3 single-family residential, and the proposed zoning is R8 MF multifamily residential conditional with 5-year vested rights. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation. There are no speakers against, so after staff's presentation, Ms. Grant, you will have 3 minutes.
All right, thank you. 2022-123, 38.18 acres, as mentioned, on Gibbon Road, just off of Old Statesville Road. Also has some frontage on Oak Drive. The properties, are currently zoned R3. The proposed zoning is R8 MF conditional. You can see we've got some mix of zoning in the area, R12, R17, B2, along Old Statesville, and then this proposal, as I mentioned, is R8. Adopted place type is neighborhood 1. You can see part of the parcel does have some commercial place type recommended. There's some neighborhood 2 that was recently approved just at the corner of Old Statesville and Gibbon Road. That was approved within the last 3 or 4 months. This proposal is in 2 separate development areas. That would come out to 287 single-family attached dwelling units or townhomes. Access would be both from Gibbon Road, Oak Drive, as well as Easy Street, which is just at the bottom kind of right-hand side of the image. Upgrades would occur to Easy Street to meet the Land Development Standard Manual for a UO2 street. That does dedicate 41 feet of right-of-way from the center line of Gibbon Road, as well as provides a 12-foot multi-use path and 8-foot planting strip strip along that frontage as well, and an 8-foot planting strip and 6-foot sidewalk along the internal private street network. A 50-foot Class C buffer would be provided between the site and the adjacent single-family neighborhoods. You can see that in the green line around both site areas. Does dedicate and convey a minimum of 60-foot easement along the and adjacent to the Duke Power Company easement. That would go to Mecklenburg County for a future seam trail. Detached lighting would be limited to 21 feet in height. Architectural standards have been incorporated into the proposal, and open space would include things like specialty landscaping, dog parks, seating, indoor gazebos. Staff does recommend approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation. It is inconsistent with the neighborhood 1 and commercial place types. This would go to a neighborhood 2. Also, one of the things that we don't get and may be shared by the petitioner is the network of new streets that would be continually built between this project and one that we alluded to that was recently approved along Gibbon Road in Old Statesville that would essentially create an entire new network of streets through this general area and improve circulation and access. So again, staff does recommend approval upon resolution of outstanding issues, and we will take any questions following the petitioner's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Grant. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, members of the Zoning Committee. Bridget Grant, Land Use Consultant with Moore and Van Allen. I am pleased to be here this evening with Matt Kearns with Mungo Homes and Eddie Moore with McAdams assisting on the design side. As Dave mentioned, this is a plan for our townhome community. When we originally started this rezoning, the adopted land use policy at the time recommended an R8 density, and we are actually proposing something that's just under 8 dwelling units to the acre. I do want to start to show where this site is in relation to existing bike routes, suggested bike routes, greenways, and future greenways. We talk a lot about a 10-minute walkable neighborhood, and this is really trying to tie us into that alternative street network. We've identified that the goals that we're meeting is the possibility of the 10-minute neighborhood diversity and inclusion, safe and equitable mobility, and goal 6, the health and safety active community. Dave mentioned this is wrapping around another site that was recently approved for affordable housing. There is extensive street network that's going to give residents the opportunity in the existing single-family community through the proposed recently approved multifamily and townhome community with these new townhomes. So the street network is extensive in tying you into options on both Gibbon and Old Statesville Road. You can see when you look at the plan, we've put our stormwater features to the perimeter of the site on the periphery. We've also done a good job with extensive open space throughout the community. In orange, you can see where we've highlighted those access points and connections that are going to go to the existing community as well as the proposed community. We have tree save in both the northern and southern portions of the site, and you can see where we are proposing to set aside land for the Park and Rec proposed seam trail. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I have one question for staff. I know we usually only have vested rights for large tracts of development. Is this something that you...
Yeah, I believe that may be a carryover from the original request. I think it's been dropped, and petitioner could confirm that. But yeah, it's something that we would ask to be typically removed for a project like this. So, but I do think it's already been dropped. It may have just been a carryover into the agenda materials.
Ms. Grant is shaking her head yes. Any further questions or comments?
Move close public hearing.
Second.
Motion's been made and properly second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, raise your hand. Any opposed? Seeing none, public hearing is closed. We move on to item number 38, petition number 2022-125 by Blue Hill Development, located on approximately 7.7 acres on the southeast side of Tennyson Drive and Interstate 85, west of Glenwood Drive, and east of Freedom Drive in Council District 2, Mr. Graham's district. The current zoning is R5, single-family residential with the airport noise overlay, and B2, general business with the airport noise overlay. The proposed zoning is UR2, urban residential, conditional with the airport noise overlay. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to land use and transportation. After staff's presentation, the petitioner will have 3 minutes. Mr. Patton.
All right, thank you. 2022-125, 7.7 acres, really at the end of Plainview Road and along Tennyson Drive, right along the interstate I-85. As mentioned, it's currently zoned R5 and B2. Both have an airport noise overlay. The proposed zoning is UR2 conditional. That would also maintain the airport noise overlay as well. Adopted place type is for Neighborhood 1, and the proposal itself is for up to 38 single-family attached residences. That comes in at about 5 dwelling units per acre. We'll get back to some of the importance of that when we get into the rationale on the last slide. Does preserve a sizable portion. You can see essentially everything north of the extension of Plainview Road, is tree save area and wetlands, and that would be all undisturbed. Does connect two streets with public streets. That would be Plainview, and then the other street that would be connected to, looks like Geringer Place. And then the other road that would be connected to Crestamere, that's only being proposed to have a pedestrian connection or multi-use path connection. So continue to build out that network of streets from Plainview, but then again, just provide the pedestrian connection to one of the other existing street stubs. Does also provide an 8-foot planting strip and 6-foot sidewalk along the new street extension. That would also then again be the 10-foot multi-use path on one side of the Culvert Street section over the creek. Does propose primarily front-loaded units, also commits to enhance entry doors and stoops, as well as side elevations for corner and end units that face public streets, commits to recessing garage doors 12 to 24 inches from the front wall plane, and also preserves 50% of the site as open space, with 10% being used for usable common open space. As mentioned, staff does recommend approval. There's some outstanding issues related to land use and transportation to be resolved. It is inconsistent with the neighborhood 1 place type. A couple of things that we looked at with this petition, the B2 portion of the project would allow for a multi-family units, I think upwards of 22 dwelling units per acre, and then the R5 piece would allow development at about 5 units per acre, single family. So this petition did kind of blend a bit of some of the allowed uses in B2, but maintain the density of the R5, did provide, again, some of that street network connectivity, connecting two of those unconnected streets, and again, came in at a moderate density that staff didn't generally have significant concerns with. And again, we are recommending approval of the petition upon resolution of some issues, and we'll be happy to take questions following any presentation by the petitioners.
Thank you very much. Matt Gallagher, Jay Banks, and Lane Reynolds, you have 3 minutes combined.
For the meeting you scheduled.
My name is Matt Gallagher with Blue Hill Development. Dave did a great job kind of summarizing, stole a little bit of my thunder, talking about the B2 and the R5, but then maintaining a density just under 5 units. You probably know Mr. James Scruggs. He's done a fantastic job with some infill development along Plainview with building some beautiful homes. So we hope to just continue that effort, connecting new construction on Plainview and new construction on Tennyson with existing established neighborhoods on our 2 streets to the south. It is a mix of 2-story and 3-story units. 3-story are rear-loaded. We believe in private garages and 2-car private driveways to eliminate some of the parking concerns. And yeah, so open to questions, but it's pretty straightforward, and Dave covered all the bases. So thanks so much. And Jay Banks is my engineer. He's only here for the hard questions.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the council?
Move to close public hearing.
I have a comment, just a
Ms.
comment.
Johnson.
Thank you. I just wanted to say I've had the pleasure of working with Mr. Gallagher in the past, and also James Scruggs. So, well, thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion that's been made and properly seconded to close the public hearing. Any comment on that? Seeing what's that? Oh, sorry. Lang, go ahead. Sorry, I thought it was part of the, my apologies.
Sorry, yeah, I'm a neighbor. I'm not with the developers, but I did want to just spend a quick minute. It's late, so I'll keep it short. I'm in support of the project. I think it's good to have more infill development. It's good to have a large tree save area. Just want to make sure that that is maintained in the final plans. And then the other thing that I wanted to call to the attention of council is in our neighborhood, we don't have any sidewalks. So it's a little bit dangerous with some of the drivers that cut through here. So they're putting in new sidewalks for the new development, which is great, but wanted to encourage council as we go into the budget planning process here to devote some more funding to sidewalks and look at that expansion in neighborhoods like ours that have no sidewalks. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. said Jay was, Jay?
He's our land engineer, so tough questions for him.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions, Ms. Mayfield?
For the petitioner. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So I want to make sure that I'm looking at this correctly. For this particular proposed project, outside of sidewalk improvements, does this have any amenities?
Yeah, so usually we like to understand our resident profile before designing and figuring out where they're going to go and what people want. What we've seen in our resident profile has been that dog parks are about as popular as it comes. And so we have a lot of tree save area, but we also have an area to the north on Tennyson that's outside the tree save that a dog park or a pavilion or, some community amenity might be placed.
So it's in your proposal, you just
That's
haven't identified it yet. Thank you.
Second.
Motion is made and properly second. Any discussion?
I got a question for the engineer.
Ms. Watlington?
Couldn't stand that challenge.
What challenge? Hi there.
Yes.
If two cars are traveling at a 30% decline, I'm totally kidding.
One went to New York, one to Los Angeles.
Oh, my God.
I get it.
If you're going to ask a tough one, get a real good one.
Yes.
All right.
I'm kidding.
All in favor, close the public hearing, please.
Yes.
Any opposed? Seeing none.
Mayor Pro Tem, just one point of housekeeping for our next item. I was notified by staff that it was this next item that we've got on our agenda, which is item 39, petition 2022-130, should have been included in our deferral motion and vote earlier this evening.
Motion to defer agenda item number 39,
Second.
That would be till April so next month.
April
Defer
17th.
to April.
Rezoning petition 2022-130 by Thomas Elrod. Motion is made and properly second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none. That motion is deferred. Thank you. We'll move on to item number 40. Rezoning petition 2022-134 by Musa Muhammad II, located on approximately 15.48 acres along the northeast side of Trojan Drive and on the east side of Outlets Boulevard west of Steel Creek Road in Council District 3, Ms. Watlington's district. The current zoning is O2, office conditional with a Lower Lake Wiley protected area, NS, and neighborhood services with a Lower Lake Wiley protected area. The proposed zoning is O2CD, office conditional with the site plan amendment in a Lower Lake Wiley protected area, and NS SPA, neighborhood services with a site plan amendment, Lower Lake Wiley protected area. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation, the environment, and land use. After staff's presentation, Mr. Muhammad, you will have 3 minutes. Good to see you.
Mr. Pro Tem,
How we doing?
Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council members, thank you for having me this evening. And
Staff, Ms. Muhammad, staff's going to go first, and then you got it after
We're
that.
glad to have you.
And then it's yours after him.
Thank you. This is approximately 15.48 acres on the Still Creek Road between Interstate 485 and Outlets Boulevard. You can see there it's just south of the outlet malls. It's currently zoned, as Mayor Pro Tem stated, I won't read off all the acronyms, but it's O2CD, and they're asking for an O2CD and NS. The current policy map recommendation is for commercial. Basically, the proposal is creating a new development area, which is number 7 you see on the screen, and it shifts some building envelopes within that area, and it seeks to rezone a small area in the southern corner of the site from O2CD to NS. It also corrects an encroachment issue with the public right-of-way in that southern corner of the property and allows an additional accessory drive-through use for a financial institution or business service use. Staff recommends approval of the petition upon the resolution of the outstanding issues related to transportation, environment, and land use. It is consistent with the 2040 policy map recommendation for commercial place type, and I will take any questions after the petitioner's presentation.
Thank you.
Ms. Mohammed, you have
All right.
3 minutes now.
Mayor Pro Tem and city council members and planning committee, thank you for having me this evening. This plan is basically a continuation of petition 2017-019. It's already been approved. We've basically have built this development to the standards, the city standards and council standards. So we put a short presentation together. If you want to just maybe flip to the next. This is just a picture of the site. We've got an Olive Garden on site. We've got a Longhorn Steakhouse. We've got two of our shop buildings that have been built already to standards. The road has already been built to DOT standards. What we've asked for, our site has been approved for 9 buildings. We've already put, there's 6 buildings on our site plan. We're asking for the 7th additional pad in this rezoning. And so go to the next slide there. Keep going on that. Or yeah, hold right there. So we're going for what we're asking for in this rezoning is our 7th building. It'll be a 12,000 square foot building. It'll be built and adhere to all of the standards. We're approved for 85,000 square foot of commercial space, 35 of EDEE, and 50,000 in our O2 zoning for commercial uses. So this will fall, that building will fall within the 50,000 square foot on the commercial side. So on this corner right here, that's the Longhorn Steakhouse. There is some encroachment issues that we're working with staff right now on resolutions on that, and so we're just working to resolve those issues right there on this corner of Outlets Boulevard and Highway 160. And so we should have a resolution for that. If not, we'll table it, but it's not a part of it's not a material part of the rezoning petition here. The rezoning petition is basically for that additional out parcel. And then we also have a EDEE non-cooktop ability on this, excuse me. Yeah, so we have the ability to build a EDEE non-cooktop drive-through on one of our parcels. And so this rezoning also requests that we're able to expand that drive-through capability
If you have additional comments.
Oh, just to expand that drive-through capability for business service.
You asked the question.
If we have additional comments, somebody might ask it, or you can send it to the clerk, and she'll send it to us.
Okay.
Ms. Watlington.
Mr. Muhammad, were you going to say something else?
Was there additional information?
Yes. So yeah, let me finish that real quick. So the other part of this is just we're asking for additional drive-through capabilities, maintaining the restrictions on the fast food, which I think is a sensitive topic out there. We don't want to do fast food, but we will do financial services and some other business services that's in the rezoning application. So, all right.
Any other questions or comments from the council? Motion to
close hearing.
Second. Any discussion on that motion that's been made and properly second? Hearing none. All in favor, raise your hand. Any opposed, raise your hand. We'll move on. Thank you very much. See you. I will move on to item 41, petition number 2022-137 by the Maintenance Team Incorporated, located on approximately 10.26 acres on the north side of Shopton Road, west of Pinecrest Drive, and east of Steel Creek Road, located in the ETJ and County Commission District 2, Ms. Leak's district, and closest to City Council District 3, Ms. Watlington's district. The current zoning is R3 single-family residential with the airport noise overlay, and I2 CD general industrial with conditional with airport noise overlay. The proposed zoning is I2 CD, general industrial conditional with the airport noise overlay, and I2 CD, general industrial conditional with the site plan amendment and an airport noise overlay. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation and site and building design. After staff's presentation, Mr. Carmichael and Mr. Krutzer, David Krutzer, you will have 3 minutes.
Okay, this is approximately 10.26 acres on north side of Shopton Road between Steve Chapman Drive and Pinecrest Drive. The site is currently zoned R3 in the airport noise overlay. There's just a little portion of the site there on Shopton that's R3, and then I2CD also in the airport noise overlay. The proposed zoning is would take the R3 portion to I2CD and do an amendment to the site plan for the I2CD for the remainder of the parcel. The 2040 policy map recommends manufacturing and logistics uses for this site. It would add basically 0.46 acres to the parcel to the petition or the previously approved rezoning plan area, and that would be the R3 portion. It increases the maximum building square footage to 120,000 square feet, expands the list of prohibited uses on the site, and I won't read all of those out, but there's basically it has to do with heavier and more noxious uses. Allows for phased construction of the principal building with a minimum of 10,000 square feet in the first building phase, maintains construction of a 5-foot bicycle lane, 3-foot buffer with curb and gutter, 8-foot planting strip, 6-foot sidewalk along Shopton Road frontage, and maintains a 100-foot Class A buffer reduced to 75 feet with a berm where adjacent to any R3 zoning. Staff recommends approval of the petition upon the resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation and site and building design. It is consistent with the 2040 policy map recommendation for manufacturing and logistics place type, and I'll take any questions after the petitioner's presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Carmichael. You have 3 minutes once you get to the lectern.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, members of council and the zoning committee. I'm John Carmichael. With me tonight is David Krutzer, the petitioner. Mr. Kinley did a really good job, so I'll be brief. The site's about 10.26 acres located on the north side of Shopton Road between Sandy Porter Road and Serona Drive. This is an aerial photo of the site, and then zoomed in aerial photo. The site's currently, the 9.7 acres of the site's currently zone I2CD, haven't been rezoned to that designation pursuant to rezoning petition 2020-119. About a half-acre portion of the site is currently zone R3, as you can see here. It's a little portion next to Shopton Road. This is the currently approved rezoning plan for the I2CD portion of the site. It allows for a 100,000 square foot building. The purpose of the request is to rezone the half-acre portion of the site to I2CD and to requesting a site plan amendment to the 9.7 acre portion of the site that's zoned I2CD. To accommodate a 20,000 square foot expansion of the currently approved 100,000 square foot building on the 9.7 acre portion of the site. And it would eliminate the buffer between the I2 portion of the site and the R3 portion of the site. The building would be devoted to office, warehouse, and distribution uses. The 2040 policy map recommends manufacturing and logistics, as Mr. Kinley stated. And then this is the current, our proposed rezoning plan. The building's flipped to the top of the site, which is actually to the western boundary, and this is 120,000 square feet as opposed to 100,000 square feet. We're happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thanks for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions or comments from the council? Motion has been made and properly seconded to close the public hearing. Any discussion of that motion? Hearing none. All in favor, please raise your hand. Any opposed? Seeing none.
Thank you.
Thank you. Move on to item number 42, petition number 2022-139 by Canvas Residential LLC, located on approximately 6.94 acres on the north side of William Ficklin Drive, west of Mallard Creek Church Road and east of West W.T. Harris Boulevard in Council District 2, Mr. Graham's district. The current zoning is RE1 Research and the proposed zoning is UR2 Urban Residential Conditional. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation and site and building design. There are no speakers against, so after staff's presentation, the petitioner will have 3 minutes.
All right, this is 6.94 acres on the northwest corner of William Ficken Drive and Ben Craig Drive, west of Mallard Creek Road and east of W.T. Harris Road. The site's currently vacant. It is currently zoned RE1 Research District, and the proposed zoning is UR2 Urban Residential Conditional. The 2040 policy map recommends campus place type for the site. The proposal would permit the development of up to 82 single-family attached townhomes at a rate of 12 units to the acre, limited to no greater than 6 units per building. Vehicular access would be from William Ficklen Drive via a private street extension to Ben Craig Drive, as generally depicted on the plan. Provides architectural standards related to the building materials, pitched roofs, predominant stoops and porches, blank wall limitations, sidewalk connections, and public and private street orientation and architectural enhancements to garage doors fronting those public and private streets. It describes site and pedestrian scale lighting to standards and constructs a 6-foot sidewalk and a 8-foot wide planting strip along William Ficklen Drive and limits the building height to 55 feet. Staff recommends approval of the petition upon the resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation and site and building design. It is consistent with the 2040 policy map recommendation for that campus place type, and I'll take any questions after the petitioner's presentation.
Thank you very much. Bridget Grant, Creighton Call, and Sean Tooley, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, members of the zoning committee. Bridget Grant, land use consultant with Moore & Van Allen. Pleased to be here with Creighton Call and land design on this rezoning. Staff did a great job. I know we're getting to the final hour, so I'm going to jump ahead to the site plan. And just again, call out that this is a single-family attached product type. We've got ample open space throughout the community and providing connections, stormwater management. We have provided for guest parking on the site, which we know is sometimes an issue, and we're going to address all outstanding issues. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Do you have any questions or comments from the council?
Second.
Motion has been made and properly seconded to close the public hearing. Any comment? There are none. All in favor, please raise your hand. Any opposed? Please raise your hand. Seeing none, that is unanimous. Close the public hearing. We will move on to item 43, petition number 2022-140 by the F.A. Bartlett Tree Expert Company, located on approximately 7.07 acres at the southeast intersection of Zoar Road and Thomas Road, south of Youngblood Road in the ETJ, and County Commission District 6, Ms. Rodriguez McDowell's district, and closest to City Council District 3, Ms. Watlington's district. The current zoning is R3 single-family residential, and the proposed zoning is O1 CD office conditional. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation and requested technical revisions. We have no speakers against, so after staff's presentation, petitioner will have 3 minutes.
Okay, this is approximately 7.07 acres on the at the intersection of Zoar Road and Thomas Road, south of Youngblood Road. It's currently zoned R3 single-family residential, and the proposed zoning is O1 CD office conditional. The 2040 policy map recommends neighborhood 1 for the site. It would permit, let me get up here. It would permit the following uses: laboratories, office, educational uses, dormitory, as well as any accessory uses permitted in O1 district. The cemetery that's on the site would remain in place and continue to operate. The existing cell phone tower and wireless communications tower and supporting structures would also continue as a legal non-conforming use. It proposes that the existing structures on the site to remain in place and be converted to specified uses, but may not expand in size. Exterior and interior improvements may be made to those buildings, and the existing pavilion may be enclosed and converted to finished gross floor area, and the house specified and house the specified permitted uses excluding residential. Commits that no new structures may be constructed on the site, and access will be as depicted from one driveway off of Zoar Road and 2 driveways off of Thomas Road. Provides buffers along all adjacent residential property boundaries planted to a Class C standard, and the buffer may be reduced by 25% in width by the installation of a fence. An alternative buffer has been approved by the zoning administrator for a portion of the site, and it will remain. The petition is inconsistent with the 2040 policy map recommendation for the neighborhood 1 place type. Staff is recommending approval of the petition upon the resolutions of the outstanding issues related to transportation and requested technical revisions. The petition is located outside of the city limits near South Carolina border along the west side of Zoar Road, just along the east side of Zoar, and bound by Youngblood and Hamilton Road. Is the expansive F.A. Bartlett Research Laboratories and Arboretum. Aside from the open space and research uses, this area is largely populated with single-family residential development, and the site itself has been operating as an institutional and residential use. The petition would allow for the reuse of those existing structures to support F.A. Bartlett's research, educational, and dormitory and office uses. No new structures would be built on the site, maintaining the current contextual sensitivity to the adjacent residential neighborhoods. The single-family detached home on the site would operate as a dormitory for visiting professors, interns, and other guests as specified in the conditional notes, and subsequently the portion of the site would continue with uses that are compatible with the abutting single-family homes. The proposal includes a buffer along the site's southern and western property boundaries against a residential development, and the current recommended neighborhood 1 place type is reflective of R3 zoning, although the majority of the site has been historically hosted as institutional uses. The application of the campus place type here is appropriate given the uses outlined in the proposal itself, as well as in the neighboring uses at F.A. Bartlett Research Laboratories and Arboretum. I'll take any questions after the petitioner's presentation.
Thank you very much, John Carmichael, David Merritt, and Jennifer Greason. You have 3 minutes combined.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, members of council and the zoning committee. I'm John Carmichael. As Mayor Pro Tem said, Dave Marin of Bartlett is with me, and Jennifer Greason with Design Resource Group is with me as well, and they're happy to answer any questions. As Ms. Kinley said, the site contains just over 7 acres located at the intersection of Zoar Road and Thomas Road. This is a really zoomed out aerial that shows the site. The purpose of this is just to show you all the land that Bartlett owns around the site or near the site. They own over 400 acres, and there are over 25,000 trees on that 400 acres, and they operate an arboretum and a tree research facility. And so, this is the site a little closer in. This is the 7-acre site. It's the former home of the Good Shepherd Church. So Bartlett was looking for needs some additional office space for a library, maybe some additional lab space. And rather than cutting down trees on its property, they ran across this site that was for sale and thought it'd be perfect for their needs. The site is currently zoned R3, as Mr. Kinley stated, and the request is to rezone the site to O1 CD to allow the repurposing of the existing buildings on the site by Bartlett for office uses, laboratories, educational uses, and a residential unit, which is an existing single-family home, detached home that would be used by visiting professors and interns. The existing cemetery would remain in place. Existing buildings could not be expanded other than the possible enclosure of an existing pavilion, but the buildings could be renovated and improved. No new or additional buildings could be located on the site. This is the rezoning plan, and it's essentially the existing site plan, and you can see all the green space. This is the pavilion that could be enclosed in the future by Bartlett. This is the existing cemetery that would remain in place. All the green space would remain. We're happy to answer any questions, and Bartlett's excited about the possibility of utilizing this former religious institution for its purposes.
Move close.
Second.
Third. Motion has been made and probably second to close the public hearing. Any discussion of that motion? Hearing none. All in favor, raise your hand. Any opposed? Raise your hand. Seeing none.
Thank you all.
Hearing is closed unanimously.
Move to open and close all remaining petitions.
Fortunately, we cannot do that.
Move on to
Approve all the remaining committees.
agenda item number 44, rezoning petition 2022-153 by Catalyst Investment Partners, located on approximately a half an acre on the north side of Old Hebron Road, west of England Street, and east of Nations Ford Road in Council District 3, Ms. Watlington's district. The current zoning is I-1 light industrial, and the proposed zoning is I-2 general industrial. Staff recommends approval of this petition, and after staff's presentation, Mr. Fields, you'll have 3 minutes.
All right, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. 2022-153, it's just approximately a half acres, as mentioned, on Old Hebron Road. It is currently zoned, I believe, I-1. Get to this one here on my notes as well. All right, yes, a portion of it is zoned I-1. You can see that just in the back area, that's a little bit of a lighter shade. That's the only area that we're looking at for the rezoning. The entirety of the property outside of that is zoned I-2. So essentially, they're looking to take that back portion where that zoning boundary is for I-1 and also make that I-2 to just match up zoning across the property and make it all consistent. The adopted place type for this is manufacturing and logistics on the policy map. So this petition would be consistent. Again, this is a conventional petition, so there's no conditions, no outstanding issue or site plan to consider. It is consistent with the policy map recommendation for M&L, and staff does recommend approval. We'll be happy to take any questions following the petitioner's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fields. You have 3 minutes.
Mayor Pro Tem and Council and members of the Zoning Committee, good evening. I'm Walter Fields, representing the petitioner, Catalyst Investment Partners. This is a very simple rezoning. It's consistent with your policy map, adopted policy map. The only thing about it that I would call your attention to is on page 3 in your staff analysis is an aerial photo. And the only piece of property anywhere close by that is zoned residential is actually the site of the WBTV towers, and they aren't going anywhere. So this entire area is industrial. Old Hebron Street is a dead-end street. All those uses are non-residential, and we would appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Very close.
Second.
Put a motion to close the public hearing. Any comment or questions? Seeing none, all in favor, raise your hands. Any opposed, please raise your hands. Seeing none, that public hearing is closed unanimously. We'll move on to rezoning, agenda item number 45, rezoning petition 2022-155 by Mungo Homes on approximately 4.2 acres on the south side of Lakeview Road, west of Reams Road, and east of Beatty's Ford Road in Council District 2, Mr. Graham's district. The current zoning is R4 single-family residential, and the proposed zoning is R12 MF multifamily residential conditional. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation. There are no speakers opposed, so after staff's presentation, Ms. Grant, you'll have 3 minutes.
All right, thank you. 2022-155, it's just over 4 acres on Lakeview, just to the west of Trinity Road, currently zoned R4. You can see some R22 MF zoning right behind this site. The proposed zoning is R12 MF conditional, and the policy map does recommend neighborhood 1. You can see neighborhood 2 there just to the south. The proposal would propose up to 41 single-family attached townhomes. Access would be from Lakeview. You can see that there with the red arrow. Does dedicate fee simple rights-of-way along Lakeview to the city. Does propose a future street connection to the south of the site, commits to streetscape improvements along Lakeview, which would include an 8-foot planting strip and 12-foot multi-use path, as well as providing a 28-foot buffer on the west side of the site that's adjacent to single-family homes. And also architectural standards have been incorporated into the petition. That road that punches through there would set up a potential future road network should the property to the south redevelop. So that's certainly something that we are considering in some of this petition, just an opportunity to potentially build out future network should we get some redevelopment to the south. That does set us up for that moving forward. Staff does recommend approval of this petition. Do have some outstanding issues related to transportation. It is inconsistent with the policy map. Staff does feel that it is an appropriate project in this location, and we'll be happy to take any questions following the petitioner's presentation. Thank you.
Ms. Grant, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, members of the Zoning Committee. Bridget Grant, Land Use Consultant with Moore & Van Allen. Pleased to be here again tonight with Matt Kearns with Mungo Homes and Eddie Moore with McAdams. Dave did a great job on the presentation, and I know we're getting to the end of the night, so I'm just going to pull up the rendered site plan. I think these are always a little easier to read. You can see how the townhomes align with the adjacent multifamily development. We believe this is a great transition between the multifamily up onto Lakeview, and we are happy to answer any questions.
Any questions, or comments? Ms. Johnson?
Yeah, just these are 41 single-family attached homes?
They're an attached product type, yes.
Okay, and is that sale or rent?
I don't believe that's been determined yet as a final decision.
Okay, and these are the same type of structures as the 2022-123, right? That was Mungo Homes. Is that the same product?
It is, yes.
And where can we see an image of what these are projected to look like?
I can follow up and provide some precedent images for the types of homes that they built with the similar product type.
And it's probably on their website also, right?
It's a new product type, so it's not on their website yet.
Okay, yes, if you can send that to me. I don't know if the rest of council wants to see it, but I certainly would like to. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Pretty close. Second.
Second. Motion has been made and seconded to close public hearing. Any questions?
Yes, actually, I have a question. Just kidding.
Oh, my God.
He's okay.
Yes.
We're done, right?
Favor.
All in favor, yes.
Oh, all in favor?
That was a little humor there.
Okay. All in favor,
City
close the
council
public hearing,
humor.
please raise your hand. I seconded it.
Wait, you did?
Yeah.
Okay.
Any opposed? Seeing none, that public hearing is closed unanimously. We'll move on to agenda item number 46, rezoning petition 2022-158 by Fall Investments LLC, located on approximately 2.04 acres on the south side of West W.T. Harris Boulevard, east of University Executive Park Drive, and west of North Tryon Street, in Council District 4, Ms. Johnson's district. The current zoning is 015. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Office conditional, and the proposed zoning is TODCC, Transit Oriented Development Community Center. Staff recommends approval of this petition. There are no speakers against, so after staff's presentation, Mr. Brown will have 3 minutes.
Okay, this is 2.04 acres on the south side of West W.T. Harris Boulevard, east of University Executive Park Drive, and west of North Tryon Street. As you said, it's currently zoned 015 CD. That is a old district, predates our current zoning districts that we have now, so legacy district. But that's, yeah, old zoning district, not in use anymore. The proposed zoning is TODCC, Transit Oriented Development Community Center. The 2040 policy map recommendation calls for Community Activity Center. Yeah, staff recommends approval of the petition. It is consistent with the 2040 policy map recommendation for the Community Activity Center place type, and I'll take any questions after the petitioner's presentation.
Thank you. Mr. Brown, you have 3 minutes.
Sir. Mayor Pro Tem, council members, Colin Brown on behalf of the petitioner. Alan Tate's flight was delayed. Paisley Gordon is here on behalf of the petitioner. Great overview. Probably don't need much as this is a conventional petition, but this is kind of the main of the University City area. This is the old building. The property owners are entitling it to be consistent with what's going on in the area so they can be nimble as the market comes to it. There are no immediate development plans. Though a community meeting is not required, we did host one. We had attendees from University City Partners who office directly across the street. I think they've advised they think this is a good plan, as well as the owners of an adjacent property. All positive feedback.
Any questions or comments from this council?
Move to close. Second.
Motion that's been made and properly seconded to close public hearing. Any comments, questions on that? Hearing none, all in favor, please raise your hand. Any opposed, please raise your hand. Seeing none, that public hearing is closed unanimously. We'll move on to our final public hearing, agenda item number 47, rezoning petition 2022-215 by Shorewood Development Group on approximately 8.65 acres on the west side of Twin Lakes Parkway and the east side of Statesville Road, and the north side of Interstate 485, south of Alexandriana Road in ETJ, in County Commission District 1, Ms. Powell's district, closest to City Council District 4, Ms. Johnson's district. The current zoning is BP Business Park, and proposed zoning is I1 CD Light Industrial Conditional. Staff recommends approval of this petition. There are no speakers against. Ms. Grant, you'll bring us home with 3 minutes.
All right, this is 8.65 acres on the west side of Twin Lakes Parkway, east of Statesville Road, north of Interstate 45, south of Alexandriana Road. The site is currently developed with an existing structure. It is currently zoned BP Business Park, and proposed zoning is I1 CD Light Industrial Conditional. The 2040 policy map recommendation is for manufacturing and logistics use. The development would allow up to 65,000 square feet of auto sales, auto repair, and office uses, limits the total number of principal buildings to a maximum of 3, allows the existing building on the site to remain and be expanded, and/or new buildings may be constructed on the site. It provides an 8-foot wide planting strip and a 6-foot wide sidewalk along the site's frontage of Twin Lakes Parkway. The staff recommends approval of the petition. There's no outstanding issues. It is consistent with the 2040 policy map recommendation for manufacturing and logistics place type. And I'll take any questions if there are any after the petitioner's presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Grant. You have 3 minutes.
Happy to close it out yet again. Bridget Grant, Land Use Consultant with Moore & Van Allen. Pleased to be supporting Shorewood development on this rezoning. The BP zoning that's in place has some limitations on it in terms of uses, and so Shorewood Development is seeking to rezone this site to allow a broader range of uses to bring in a regional facility for a dealership that can also provide service. With that, I am happy to answer any questions.
Motion to close.
Second.
Any other questions, comments from Ms. Johnson?
I'll just say we'll meet offline and talk more about it, okay?
Absolutely.
That's all.
Thank you. There's been a motion that's been made and probably second to close public hearing. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please raise your hand. Any opposed?
I'll move to close the whole thing.
Before I entertain a motion to close, I will recognize Ms. Mayfield for.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Just want to make sure that my colleagues and those in the community know that my town hall will be happening this Thursday. It will be starting at 6 p.m., so the town hall will be from 6 to 8. It will be at Harold's Chicken and Ice Bar. Thank you for being a co-sponsor. And that is located at 440 East McCullough Drive. Joining my colleague over in her district, please RSVP to Miss Latoya White. That will be LATOYA.WHITE@charlottenc.gov. The information is on the city's website, Facebook page, as well as my own. Would love to have you come out. We will be having some very interesting and timely conversations, from preparing for insurance to conversations around housing in this interesting market, as well as hearing from Rebic and some of our other partners. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
I'll be there.
RSVP.
Motion to close public
Motion
hearing.
to close the
Second.
public whole hearing
Opposed,
thing?
no. We're all out. Thank you very much.
Stay whole here.